Just talking to kids about the try a bite a month. Did they like it? Did they not? Having discussions about what our food really comes from. Buying local is important to me, and the farm to school program has been a big supporter of helping me make that possible in my school district. I believe the more we can buy and support local farmers in the area, it will be better for our future.
Thank you very much. On deck is Connor Floyd.
Chris Parker. I am the Food Service Director for Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. Thank you guys for being here. In the short time that we have, I would ask that we oppose the decrease that has been presented for the Farm to School program. That program in 2017-18, our school, Newbrook, was awarded the Farm to School grant. Those funds allowed us to rebuild our aging garden beds as well as add to them. The first year that we had the new beds, we were able to produce over 400 pounds of produce that went directly into our freezer. We actually bought the freezer with the grant money as well. The second year, we were able to produce over almost 600 pounds. The Farm to School program has allowed us to build relationships with the local farms, many of which have paid their taxes in the towns that our schools are in. And we think that it's extremely important to support them and keep them local. It also allows our students to take field trips to the farms. The farmers come to the schools. They come for farm and field day. So that's been great for the kids. My children go to school in Vernon. They do not have a farm to school program. Because of that, their participation is lower. There is no exposure to fruits and vegetables that they would not normally see. So then the meals that are coming out of the cafeteria are not as healthy looking because of that, because there's no push for that. So again, thank you for being here. I did not type this up. I'd be happy to send you guys something should you need.
Okay.
Thank you
Great,
very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Connor, Kay Curtis.
Hi, my name is Connor Floyd. I am the Farm to School Program Manager at Food Connects. I'm the third person talking about Farm to School. And so, as Chris mentioned, we are asking for a total funding level of $500,000 for Farm to School programs throughout the state. At a baseline minimum, we're asking that you keep the historic level of $231,000 the same and don't decrease that. As you've heard from the past two speakers, Farm to School can mean a lot of different things. It's oftentimes the only health and wellness education students are getting. It's teaching them about growing, healthy eating. It's helping the local economy through increased local purchasing. Here at Food Connects, we're able to provide a lot of those coaching services to schools, but really the funds coming from the state are the fuel that keeps a lot of these programs alive. It's often not the primary objective of the schools or priority of the school board. So this funding helps keep this programming and the enrichment programs associated with it going. So again, we're asking for $500,000 or at a minimum $231,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then George Carrick, I can never pronounce your name. Carrick Kavakis. I did it. So you
Hi, my name's Kay Curtis. I live in one of the 3 parks run by Tri-Park Housing Cooperative in Brattleboro. Our cooperative provides an affordable housing for over 900 people. This is an alternative housing that's affordable for people who hold the minimum wage jobs and give a lifetime of service to our community. And we are in danger of losing our cooperative. Irene washed away 20 of our mobile homes, and we need that number in order to meet the budget requirements for our park. And we worked with the town for 2 years to conduct a master plan so that we could figure out exactly what we could do in order to fix all this. And at the end, we were told by the experts it's not sustainable unless we get some help. So that's why I'm here, to ask for some help so that we can keep 900 people in affordable housing. Our total need will be $4 million, so we encourage you to approve the $22.4 million VCHB budget in order to fund the organizations that will lend the assistance to Tri-Park and other mobile home parks throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mike Gibson, and then also there was Carol Gibson. Did you both want to testify or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm. Let her get started.
Oh, okay. I'd like to, my name is George Karapakakis, and I'd like to thank each of you and all our legislators for the support that you've provided to our community mental health system. Act 82, passed in 2017, states that Vermont's mental health system shall be adequately funded and financially sustainable to the same degree as other health services. It goes on to say that rates should include a cost adjustment factor that reflects changes in the reasonable costs of goods and services of our community mental health services. And if the outcomes that we hope to achieve are to keep people off the streets, housed and warm, out of jails, out of the criminal justice system, to keep kids in our communities and out of state's custody, to keep people out of the ER unnecessarily and out of costly institutional care, then we need to adequately fund our system. And we can only accomplish this if we have the financial support to pay our staff adequately. And so we are asking for an increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates of 3% and to ensure that the new DS caseloads are funded. We need a system that is not living on the edge, but that is stable and secure, so when the time comes, our citizens know that we are there to support them in times of need.
You did. It was fine. Minute and a half.
Okay.
Yep.
So what I'll do, I'll email.
Do you have one you want to leave?
Yeah, actually, I've got a clean copy here. So, yeah, there we go.
So the person on deck is Christine Blaylock.
Hi, my name is Carol Gibson. I'm here with my husband Mike, and we're parents of a daughter Lillian who has intellectual disabilities and a speech handicap. And we are also shared living providers for 2 adult men with developmental disabilities. And we are so thankful for Vermont's commitment to a totally community-based system of care for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Those who live with us take full advantage of this opportunity. They all work. They volunteer in the community, they exercise at Edgar May, go to the art gym, attend social events, and belong to a ministry for adults with disabilities so that they're pursuing their dreams and their heart's desires, which is what it's all about. The only way this has been able to happen is because there's been a collaborative effort between HCRS, the developmental case manager, with ourselves, funds being made available for direct services and health and employment services. And also the respite care for us, which has been needed. We're concerned that with the proposed changes to the service care system, those living with us will lose the personal involvement of their service coordinator, who's there to assist when needs arise and is able to advocate for them in such a large and sometimes confusing system. And without community support, employment services, respite services, the role of the shared living provider or us as parents would be overwhelming and less likely to succeed, and the state would lose its vision for providing a fully inclusive community-based system of care. So we're here to advocate for not only being able to retain the services that we have, but to increase the services as needed to meet the needs of new individuals being identified. Isn't that society's role to provide for those who can't provide for themselves? That's it.
Thank you.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is your name on?
Yep.
Martin Coyne? Cole? Okay.
Hi, I am Christine Blaylock. I'm an advocate with Let's Grow Kids and a mother of 3 with 2 currently in childcare. When I was working for a nonprofit and my husband is self-employed, we had 2 children in childcare full-time. It was $93 a day. After applying for Vermont's Child Care Financial Assistance Program, we qualified for $32 a week. Grateful for something from the program, it wasn't enough to justify staying employed. And so 100% of my paycheck and a little from my husband's, to have 2 children in childcare, we couldn't afford me to work. And with a 3rd on the way, I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. We don't qualify for the assistance program now because I'm not working, but we're on the Medicare Medicaid system. Going back to work with three children in childcare over the summer would cost me $800 a week. And so $32 with supplemental with other expenses in my life, it just doesn't add up to work until all my children are old enough to stay home by themselves. By aligning the reimbursement rates with the most updated information and have it automatically updated in the future will assist families like mine to reconsider pulling parents from employment. So please consider supporting that program in hopes for more families to continue to work in Vermont. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Costs, Traybridge?
Core.
Core?
Core. Sir.
Okay.
Hi. Hi, my name is Martin Cohn. I'm a resident of Newfane, Vermont, and I am a seasoned public relations practitioner, which means old, who serves on the board of the Brattleboro Community Television, BCTV. Over the past 4 years, I've produced 4 award-winning shows at BCTV. These include Family Matters for the Winston Prouty Center for Child and Family Development, Healthcare Matters for Grace Cottage Family Health and Hospital, Safe Store Matters for Entergy Vermont Yankee, and Rotary Cares for the Rotary Clubs of Brattleboro. They wouldn't let me use Matters anymore for the name of the show. While many equate public education government access television, like the one that's filming here, with the broadcast of local government meetings, PEG stations fill a unique niche in the media landscape, providing communities with the opportunity to create programs of local interest. PEG has been a venue for serious political and philosophical discussion, a place to find the recorded minutes of local town meetings or school board discussions, as well as a springboard for citizen journalism. In Vermont, we're fortunate to have 25 stations producing over 18,000 hours of programming each year. I'm here today to support the allocation of $100,000 requested in the PEG Access Study Bill H744. This will allow for a contract with one or more independent consultants to evaluate options for financing PEG operations and services to across Vermont. And this will hopefully facilitate a partnership with the state. The bill is recommended by the PEG Study Committee that was convened this past summer. Funding threats to access television have been widely reported. Healthy and viable PEG access services are in the best interest of Vermont. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here's
Thank you. The person on deck is Kathy Clement, and I'd also like to welcome the other representative from Springfield, Christy Morris, just came in. He's not on Appropriations Committee either. Welcome.
But he is on the Springfield Select Board, as a matter of fact, the chair. So he's in charge in this room and will tell us when we have to get out.
It'd be all his fault.
Okay,
Hi, my name is Cor Trowbridge, and I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 744. BCTV was founded in 1976 and is one of 25 public education and government, or PEG access management organizations serving Vermont. BCTV serves 8 towns in southern Windham County, and we produce 1,200 hours of local video content each year. Fees from cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding. H744 is critical to the future of PEG access because cable fees have declined statewide and will continue to do so as the trend of cord cutting by consumers grow. In addition, last year the FCC weakened the requirements for this funding mechanism. In recognition of the threat posed by the funding decline, the legislature supported a PEG Access Study Committee that met over the summer of 2019. H744, the PEG Access Study Bill, asked for a modest sum of $100,000 in the FY21 budget for an in-depth legal assessment of promising examples of funding options being utilized by other states to support PEG. On behalf of the many Vermonters who value and utilize our programming and services, we hope you will support and fund H744 and S318. Thank you.
thank you.
Crystal Ayer, Aing, I always have trouble with your last
Do
name.
you want to testify from right there? Do you want to stay right there? Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, just state your name.
My name is Kathy Clement. I live in Thetford and I'm on the board of the Family Place Child Center. Thank you for hearing my testimony. First, thank you for last year's $3.3 million support. Second, please increase the funding for Parent-Child Center's essential work. As stated, base funding for the 8 core services should be about $10 million, and we would like to see at least a $7 million investment. It's tempting to remind you that PCCs have been underfunded for decades. My concern in doing so, though, is that you'll think they've been doing such amazing work. Surely we can stay at that funding level. It doesn't seem to be impacting things because they're doing such great work. But as a board member with fiduciary responsibility for facilities, programs, and staff, I can tell you that it does impact the services we provide every day. We don't have funds to replace shingles on our buildings or our aging heating and air conditioning systems. Therefore, we're wasting money with increased utility costs. If we could make better decisions with our facilities and improve things, we wouldn't have to waste that money. We also should be hiring additional mental health clinicians, but we can't because we don't have the funding. We should be expanding our home visiting teams and our presence in pediatric offices so that we can provide services at Parenting Start. We've had to reduce contributions to staff health benefits, which comes at a decrease for some of our staff members by about $2,000. We can't contribute to retirement savings. So all of these things impact our staff and our ability to have the best people working for us. So in summary, adequate support for parent-child centers is not a funding request but a proven investment. If we are provided with the funds we need to meet the needs of young families, Vermont's children and the Vermont state budget will be the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
On deck is Carol. Carol, I have a hard time with your last name. Stamatakis? Stamatakis.
I probably didn't spell it very well.
That's fine.
So this is slightly different. This is my own personal story. On January 6th, I reached for my back door on my way to work and I didn't quite make it and I fractured my hip. We've heard stories about Springfield Hospital and how everything is happening down there. I want to tell you about my experience. They were incredible. I went to the emergency room. They were respectful. I do alternative healing. They let me participate. They honored me. They gave me excellent service. I had an incredible doctor. I had surgery there. And then I was taken to Grace Cottage. Farm to table at Grace Cottage. They order on Monday and fresh fish comes in on Wednesday. Their major meal is in the beginning, and a lot of you know me, I'm into food, I'm a chef. The major focus is on healthy living, on well-prepared meals. The major meal was in the middle of the day, so it was later at night. The staff there were incredible. The LNAs work their hearts out. They make very little money. They're amazing. One of my problems, I'm not driving. I have to get to PT. All the current drivers are volunteers. They have come to my house. They have helped me get into the vehicles. They have provided me with rides where I wouldn't be able to go. Only four rides, and I'm getting 2 a week, so I'm a little in trouble for the rest of this month. But Senior Solutions, the friendly visitors are stepping up, and people are taking me for rides. One of the hardest things for me is getting food. So I just wanted to let you know what was working. Huh?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm sure those places will love to hear your testimony.
That's great.
Very nice.
Ann Billadu is on deck.
I have some
Hi, great.
handouts here. Hi.
Great.
Thanks. Good evening. I'm Carol Stamatakis. I'm the Executive Director at Senior Solutions. Our agency is the Area Agency on Aging, serving Windsor and Windham counties primarily since 1973. So first I'd like to say that we're very grateful for the past support and for the fact that Vermont has been a national leader in aging services in so many ways. But I'm not here so much to advocate for the needs of older adults as for the needs of all of us as we age. Aging is a part of the human experience, and all of us want to be able to know that we'll be able to live in dignity throughout our lifespan, and continue to have choices in where and how we live, and make a meaningful difference in our communities. And I think Crystal talked about some of the volunteers who made such a difference for her. And many of our volunteers, whether people serving on town boards or people assisting people like Crystal, are very often older adults. So it's important for us to be able to keep those opportunities open. Some of the trends that we've experienced, though, have not been reassuring. In areas such as nutrition, reimbursement and funding has not kept up with growing costs and needs. And nutrition is we're increasingly learning about the role of nutrition in health and well-being. Also, it's important for our community-based providers to continue to be reimbursed at a level where they can continue to attract providers and serve people. So I just would encourage you to look at these charts. Sometimes pictures can tell a little more than words, and they talk about some of the demographic trends and what we can expect to see in the next 15 years. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Nancy Bloomfield? And is there another sheet up there? Could someone bring,
Camera was too close over there.
someone start bringing that down? Give it to Christy and then we can just.
Hello, my name is Ann Bilodeau and I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at HCRS. As an HR professional, I see firsthand the impact of funding constraints. We are here today to ask for a 3% increase in Medicaid funding for mental health facilities. At HCRS, to give you a sense of what we're working with every day, we consistently have hard-to-fill clinical positions. We have a very high turnover rate. For the last 3 years, it's been over 20%. Our fringe and health insurance has increased over $1.1 million in terms of expense impact in the last 3 years. So we are only able to give minimal pay increases to our staff. And keeping in mind that our staff are picking up increased portions of health insurance as well. So it is simply just not sustainable to retain good staff and mental health clinicians within what is an incredibly important agency within our community. So we are asking for you to please support the 3% increase in Medicaid funding. And just to give you one quick comparison between how the state pays and how our designated agencies pay, we have one instance where the state pays RN clinicians over 65% higher pay than we are able to. So that is just simply unacceptable. We truly do need this 3% for so many reasons. And I thank you so much for your support over the years and hope you can support us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nancy. Kate Wilson is on deck.
My name is Nancy Bloomfield. I'm the Executive Director at the Family Place Parent-Child Center, and I appreciate your hearing me today. I know you all, as I do, care very deeply about the well-being of children and families in our community. Children need safe, stable, nurturing environments so they can grow to be contributing members of communities throughout our state. Parent-Child Center programs help families create this environment for their children despite whatever problems or challenges they're facing. I want to thank you all for your support of Parent-Child Centers last year. The additional funding that you allocated as we were losing our REACH-UP contract last year enabled the Family Place to retain one of our most long-serving and experienced home visitors, so that was incredibly important support. The one-time funding that you allocated for infrastructure enabled us to increase security at our center, take some steps to prevent water damage in our buildings, and this spring we will finally be repainting 2 buildings that have been peeling for years. So I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of that. I am here tonight to ask for your support of S-263, the Parent-Child Center bill, which would strengthen the Parent-Child Center statute
We support the bill moving forward with or without the funding request included. We understand those are separate decisions. And I also, as others have requested, request your support towards our 3-year cap of $10 million. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
So there's about 17 more people, and we have 15 minutes. Jane Winterling is on deck.
I'll be quick. All right. So my name is Katie Wilson, and I live in Brattleboro, and I work for the Copeland Center for Wellness and Recovery. I'm asking you today to restore funding to the Vermont Recovery Education Project at a level of $60,000, which is what it's been funded for previously. The Vermont Recovery Education Project has been a long-term peer mental health program that has had a few different places that it's lived, but it's been at the Copeland Center for the last few years. This project provides us an evidence-based practice in the community for people who are struggling with mental health and substance use abuse, substance use disorders, as well as other life changes that occur for us, and has been very impactful across the community. This is an evidence-based practice that was developed here in Vermont and is now a gold standard across many, many states in the U.S. as well as internationally, and it would be horrible for us if that opportunity was denied based on that this is something that was developed here and is no longer able to be funded here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
And Janice.
Do you want to hand that in? I'll email it.
Janice Stockman.
So, yes, so I'm Jane Winterling, and I also work for the Copeland Center. I'm actually one of the people who helped develop RAP way back in 1997. That's actually become an evidence-based practice and gone all over the world. The thing about RAP, we actually had it restored last year in the legislature, and we were reassured, because it's such a tiny grant, that it would be put back into the budget this year, and it's been removed. The thing about RAP is it has such a profound long-term effect on people's health and well-being. I just had a call on the way here for somebody who was diagnosed with cancer. She has mental health issues, but she also was diagnosed with cancer. She said, you know, the thing about RAP is I learned how to build a support system. I learned how to advocate for myself. I learned how to hold on to hope, and I learned how to take personal responsibility for all these things. It's been 5 years. I'm healthier now than I ever was, and if I didn't have RAP, I'd be committing suicide because I wouldn't know how to do these things. So it's a self-management technique that not only works in the moment, it works long-term for people, and it's just a really quiet little piece of what we do here and provide here in Vermont, but it's had a worldwide effect, so I hope we don't lose it again. Thank you.
Kelly, is it Wallen or Wallace? Wallace.
Hi, I'm Janice Stockman, and I live in Brattleboro. I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator for the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, and I oversee early childhood special education and our pre-K education, both public and private. I'm here to talk about investing in Vermont's young children through funding the early education workforce and reinstating the special accommodations grants, which support children with intensive needs in preschool. I testified last week to the House Ed Committee on revisions to the pre-K legislation, and I said there that the teacher is the most important element in effective early education. Young children need highly qualified and credentialed teachers because they're learning every minute of the day and because brain development is the most rapid in the early years. My hope is that every child who can take advantage of pre-K in Vermont is taught by a licensed teacher. But that hope is not possible unless early educators are supported financially to attain teacher licensure, and when they achieve it, earn a wage that's comparable to their public school counterparts. Our pre-K system will self-destruct if we don't address the lack of parity of wages for early childhood educators. They need incentives in the form of tuition scholarships like Teach, a loan repayment program, and wage supports so that private programs can retain qualified teachers. The proposal on the table is to have every pre-K child taught by a licensed teacher by 2023, so the time to act is now. The second investment I'm asking you to make is to maintain the special accommodations grants. These are small grants that help the children with the most intensive needs stay in preschool. In our area alone, kids have been kicked out because programs don't have the money to. So
Okay.
I thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Deborah Hamel?
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kelly Wallace, and I'm the Regional Coordinator for the Children's Integrated Services in the Hartford region. I'm here tonight to talk to you about Children's Integrated Services. CIS Prevention and Early Intervention Services have immediate and long-term benefits. They support children's social, emotional, and cognitive development, family unification and stability, parents' contribution to Vermont's workforce, and they enhance complementary services such as DCF Family and Economic Services. Since 2009, CIS has been level funded. The money available does not cover the annual cost of living increases for our dedicated and professional staff. Last summer, the Child Development Division paid consultants to study CIS reimbursement rates. This study revealed that the rate being offered for fiscal year 20 does not even come close to covering the cost of providing services. For fiscal year 21, the state is offering $502 per child served per month, when it actually costs $634 to provide the services. I respectfully ask that the legislature fund CIS at a level that would cover the real cost. This would mean a $2.4 million increase in CIS funding. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony and for your continued work with the state.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to hand yours in?
Thank you.
Steve Geller?
Hi there. You tell me when.
Go ahead.
Okay. To the members of the House and Senate Committee on Appropriations, I'm here to speak about H744 in support of it. My name is Deborah Hamill. I live in Bellows Falls, Vermont, and I'm a newer board member for FACT TV. Formerly, I was in Keene, New Hampshire for about 30 years, where I worked very hard with Cheshire TV. I want to ask that you support Vermont Access Network and community media in Vermont in the fiscal year 2021 state budget, particularly House Bill H744. I'm a firm believer in community TV and the fact that it is accessible to all in the public, whether it is to be able to watch unique original programming or the ability to put your own show on the air. Being that community access television stations are such small and local organizations, both solely and as a group, resources and monies are sparse to conduct the lawyer-level expertise needed to determine what authority the state has to assess broadband for public purposes. I join in asking for $100,000 for the right-of-way expert analysis and recommendations to conduct a study. As a former elected and appointed official in both government and education, I was the former vice chair of the New Hampshire State Board of Ed. The fact that there are 25 public educational and government access television organizations served in Vermont is fantastic. Imagine all of the citizens who get to see local political meetings, school board meetings, and public hearings because of their local community public access stations.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Denise, is it Mason or?
Hi, Steve. Go.
Hi, my name is Steve Geller. I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern Vermont Community Action, or SEVCA. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and for all your past support from the legislature. SEVCA is one of 5 community action agencies in the state that cover the entire state from one end to the other, serving tens of thousands of households every year, including some in every city and town. Most people know us for our emergency and crisis intervention services, such as crisis fuel, emergency housing assistance, home repair, etc. But not enough Vermonters know about our important work on the other critical part of our mission, to enable people to stabilize their lives and move toward greater self-reliance by helping them obtain skills, creating opportunities, and building their capacity to improve their lives and achieve financial security. One reason for that is that the funding for this part of our work has been inconsistent and inadequate to address the needs of the many residents who could benefit from them. As if that weren't bad enough, now the governor's budget for the coming year has proposed to eliminate the funding for two of those programs, micro-business development and Vermont Match Savings, and thus deprive all Vermont residents from receiving those benefits and achieving those goals. That's why we're here today to ask for your support to restore their funding to sustain access to those services for many more Vermonters who need them. These well-researched and demonstrated programs enable improved access to employment and a livable income, enhance financial stability, and help people build and manage assets. The effort to balance the budget by eliminating the very programs that can help people escape the cycle of poverty and reduce their continuing dependence on publicly supported crisis services is terribly short-sighted and a poor investment of taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready.
Yeah, oh, I have packets.
Who's next, Sarah?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Irene Pearson.
Thanks, Steve.
I'm not gonna make it here.
Okay. My name is Denise Mason. I'm the director of our economic development programs at SEVCA. Steve already told you, we're cut from the budget. We're already in a community action agency. Vermont Match Savings Program helps educate low-income Vermonters on the importance of saving on a regular basis. After attending 7 financial fitness classes, we match their savings. They're eligible to use funds for home repair, home purchase, post-secondary education expenses, starting business, car purchase, or car repair. The microbusiness program helps individuals who either have a business, want to start a business. We've had a lot of our successful clients have gone through both programs. Let's see, these two programs have a symbiotic relationship with each other, and they contribute to our holistic approach in working with our clients. Since they are embedded in a community action agency, we're able to meet many of their needs, not just for the business and financial. Both these programs significantly help in moving low-income Vermonters out of poverty towards self-sufficiency. They're not Band-Aids. They're not handouts. They offer handout. Please reinstate the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Lewis.
So, Irene Pearson, I'm here today to ask the Appropriations Committee to consider a longevity pay increase for the caregivers who are providing direct care in the residential facilities for those with developmental disabilities whose capabilities and needs require this type of facility. I've been responsible for my brother, who's developmentally disabled, for over 40 years. And I feel thankful for the compassion Vermont shown for this vulnerable population. He lives in a caring group home, and I interact with him all the time. The entry-level caregivers were previously given a pay increase, but it didn't include a pay increase for the caregivers who have been in their jobs for many years. They bring a lot of experience to these positions, which are not glamorous. They're vital every day, 24 hours a day, weekends and holidays. They help to train the new caregivers, offering their expertise while creating a safe and happy home environment. I'm impressed with the Vermont lawmakers for not forgetting this vulnerable population. Thank you.
You want to hand that out?
I'll do it.
We will make it. If everyone stays to a short testimony, we will make it. We can stay here a little longer past 6:30.
Hi, I'm Maggie Lewis. I'm the executive.
Hang on.
Oh,
Mary
she
Ann.
already started my time now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll give you a look. Mary Ann, don't that.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maggie Lewis. I'm the executive director of the Gathering Place in Brattleboro, which is an adult day provider. There are 14 adult days in the state of Vermont, and I am here on behalf of VADS, the Vermont Association of Adult Day Services. We are requesting a Medicaid reimbursement rate increase for fiscal year 2021 budget. We're currently reimbursed at $16.72 an hour, and the average cost of running an adult day program is in excess of $20 an hour. The majority of adult day programs participants receive Medicaid benefits. To meet the need of the participants we serve and attract more qualified staff, VADS is requesting Medicaid reimbursement at a rate of $25 an hour. In order to operate within our budgets, we are required to pay workers relatively low wages. As a result, it is increasingly more, no way! It is increasingly more difficult to recruit workers due to the low wages that we must offer. We are, like I said, a home-based home care, no we're not. We are a community-based service. There are 14 of us in the state of Vermont, and we provide a viable community-based alternative in Vermont to institutionalization of seniors or adults with disabilities. Adult day centers help frail adults to live at home by fostering their strengths and abilities while allowing family caregivers to have peace of mind knowing their loved one is being cared for while they go to work, run errands, or take a break. We collaborate with multiple, and my time is up, and it's all written down here for you to look at your leisure.
That's great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Philip Caston?
That was my fast.
It does, it does.
Hi, I'm Marianne Lauder, and I'm a board member at Lincoln Street. Lincoln Street serves folks with cognitive disabilities and developmental delays. I'm here in support of the 3% increase being proposed. I specifically want to speak to staffing. It's a tight labor market here in Vermont with our low unemployment rate, and so to appeal to people to come and work, we need our money, we need our funds to be able to do this. I sit in monthly board meetings hearing about the need for staff pretty consistently. So I would encourage you to support that increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashlyn Bristol? Is that Ashlyn?
Good evening, I'm Phil Caston. I'm a member of the executive board with HCRS, and I'm also a resident of the town of Hartford. And you've heard our human resources director and executive director speak tonight in favor of the 3% increase in the Medicaid billing to assist in the budget. And I'm supporting that and urging the legislature to support that as well. We appreciate the support that we've received over the years. And I want to tell you a little bit about that because in my daytime role, I'm the police chief in the town of Hartford. HCRS was a pioneer in implementing the police social worker program. And shortly after I took over 5 years ago, I was able to enter a partnership with HCRS. And we've had a social worker on our staff that has helped us not only reduce the number of crisis contacts that our law enforcement officers have had with people in crisis in the community, whether they're suffering from a mental health issue, they're in generational poverty or other economic crisis, or suffering from a substance use issue. They've been able to assist us with training our police social worker. But on top of that, implementing community policing. A lot of folks think that that's a token program, but she has helped us bring all of the many people that you hear in this room together and organize the services that we provide to our residents in a way that's cost effective. So I urge your support of the increase in funding this year. Thank you.
Joe Little?
Go ahead.
My name is Ashlyn Bristol, and my husband Abraham and I run Rebot Farm in Brattleboro, Vermont. We were the recipients of a 2019 Working Lands grant for an infrastructure project that significantly expanded our capacity for retail sales and agritourism events on our farm. Since our project was implemented, our retail sales number of event participants have outstripped our 2020 projections and the project's goals, significantly and positively contributing to our farm's viability. As young farmers, the Working Lands Grant Initiative has been instrumental in the continual success of our farm. Encouraging land-based businesses to grow and prosper is a good way to attract and keep young Vermonters. Businesses that are tied to the land cannot be moved out of state, and this type of business supports a lifestyle many young people want. Please invest strongly in the Working Lands Enterprise Fund with a $3 million appropriation to support our Working Lands enterprises and keep our land open and productive for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And David Rosell?
My name is Joe Little, and I'm the president of the Park Place Financial Advisors and the senior vice president at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan in Brattleboro. I'm here tonight to ensure that investments in high-quality child care for working families are a priority of the governor's budget. Too many state families can't afford or can't find high-quality child care. In fact, new research has found that 3 out of 5 of Vermont infants likely to need child care don't have access to regulated programs. This isn't a problem just for those families and the children. It's a serious problem for the workforce and a challenge in Vermont. At our bank, we've seen firsthand how high-quality child care affects as a fundamental support for our workforce. It allows parents to accept work and to show up ready for work. When child care breaks down, the workforce breaks down. I think it's just a deeper problem than just where do I get child care. It isn't available right now, the quality isn't there. We did have an outstanding employee was forced to resign, had gone home, found out their child care provider had just decided to stop doing it, and they had no alternative. So that ended that. Vermont's aging workforce, coupled with the low unemployment rate, makes it crucial that we invest in these strategies for Vermonters who want to work and need to do so. So we have to support the young people in Vermont, and by doing that, by helping to create affordable access to child care.
Julie Merrill Snide. We're all right. We'll be fine. Got 3 more.
Very fast.
Yeah, we're moving.
My name is David Russell. I am a solar developer. I live locally in Perkinsville. I have been in this business for the last 7 years. I just came here to sensitize you as legislators to 2 developments that I think you should be really focused on and support. One is that there is a push to create a new renewable energy standard and increase the amount of solar power in the state from the level that's been set at 10% to up to 20%. And in doing so, to caution you to be very careful about the information that's being received from the governor's office through the Department of Public Service, because essentially it is negative and probably inappropriate or inaccurate. But there's lots of information out there to establish the fact that the solar installations in this state have not cost the ratepayers money, despite what the governor has said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dallas Welch.
I'm Julie Merrill Snide, and I'm here to support the funding in the amount of $500,000 for the Vermont Food Bank to upscale their Vermonters, Feeding Vermonters initiative. I'm a community health worker here in Springfield, and I work with families that have barriers to getting healthy and staying healthy. And the top barrier in this area is food insecurity. And the community health team volunteers once a month at the Springfield Hospital, the food bank delivery, and we, in 1 hour from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., there is 200 families that come through to pick up food. And that's just one, they go to the high rises and other towns and whatever, but in Springfield it's over 200 families, and it's from families with little kids to elderly patients, parents, and I think that supporting the Vermonters Feeding Vermonters helps out in many ways, because it's a little more security for the farmers, and it improves health for Vermonters. It makes Vermont stronger community, because $1 spent on the local food from the farmers is 60 cents to the local economy. So it keeps everybody getting something out of it, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So last but not least, Laura Evans.
Excuse me, I was supposed to be 20
Oh.
minutes switching with Chris there, so I'll
Okay.
be
Okay, sorry, Linda.
Hi, my name is Dallas Welch, and for as long as I can remember, I've been a mother
At the age of 15, I had my first son. Back in 1999, when I became pregnant, the stigma surrounding teen pregnancy was overwhelming. I heard things like, your life is over, you will never amount to anything, and you have a long road ahead of you. Without organizations like the SAPCC, I would not have been able to accomplish the goals I knew I was able to. The playgroup my son attended was just the beginning. Most recently, I have had the opportunity to be employed by SAPCC as their financial controller. It wasn't until I held this position that I realized how hard everyone works and how little funding is available to the organizations to provide these services to the community. The work that is done there is invaluable. As a member of this community, an employee of SAPCC, and someone who has benefited from the services provided, I am asking that the PCCs be fully funded for the requested $4 million for this budget, at $10 million over the next 3 years, and for your support of the PCC Bill S263 to ensure the capacity of the PCC's continuation of services. This proposed funding request would allow for more outcomes like mine. It would allow more families to obtain goals that may otherwise be unattainable. Thank you for your previous and continued support of the Parent-Child Centers. And I do have a copy.
So, Linda, husband, on deck. You're next. You're next, Laura. And then we'll finish up with Linda. Okay, I'm watching the clock.
I'm Laura Evans from Brattleboro, and I'm a advocate with Let's Grow Kids. As a longtime early childhood teacher / caregiver, what I'm most aware of is the need young children have for adult caregivers who are committed to giving them emotional and social support. Hit or miss care by assorted busy neighbors and relatives on different days of the week does not, for instance, tend to lead to growth in these areas. If a child can tell their teachers, care providers like them and are there for them no matter what, providing boundaries and good options for solving conflicts, they can learn to have the self-esteem and control over the expression of their emotions and their needs. This can make the difference in what kind of student, parent, and community member a child becomes, whether or not they are open to learning, able to listen to other viewpoints, and able one day to be an overall asset to their community, as opposed to needing lots of services and Justice Department involvement. And I had a story about one little child, but I'll send that, and I send it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda.
Linda.
Linda. We got messed up from the switch.
That's okay. My name is Linda Husband. I'm the SASH coordinator in Springfield. SASH stands for Support and Services at Home, and I help the elderly and disabled in the Springfield Housing Authority properties and in the community. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Vermonters, Feeding Vermonters. We have a monthly food drop from the food bank at each of the buildings, the Maples, the Whitcomb, and the Huber. And these people just, are so grateful for the produce, and they bring other things, but the produce, I hear over and over, I can't afford to eat healthier because I can't afford fruit and vegetables. And so this is a way, it's an amazing drop. What they bring is amazing, and these people are facing really, they become unhealthy when they have to eat things that aren't healthy, obviously. It has direct benefits to the family receiving the food and also for the state of Vermont, because we want to keep the dollars in Vermont. So the food bank will pay the farmers in Vermont instead of paying somewhere else. And so we're asking for $500,000 to support this program, and our economy benefits when we keep our food dollars in state rather than purchasing food elsewhere. And they are just so immensely grateful, so I hope you'll support this.
Thank you.
I'll have to write those.
Yeah.
I'll send you some.
thank you.
We did it.
So I appreciate everybody coming.
Yes, thank you.
We're bringing this was going on, of course, all around the state at multiple locations with people coming in just like yourselves. And also, at some point, we're also having the public hearing at the State House. And I didn't give anybody the email address. It's on the website. Is there anybody that doesn't have access to getting it off the website? It was in the ad, I think, in the papers too, the website, if you want to email something in, or email it to me. That would be fine, or any of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
your time.
We did it.
I appreciate it.
Welcome to this episode of BCTV Open Studio, the mayoral vote counterpoint. I'm your host, Olga Peters, and I am a reporter with the Commons. This is my colleague, Randy Holhut, who will be joining us today. And speaking on the issue will be Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. And Just for context for the audience, we want to remind folks that on March 3rd is Brattleboro's town elections, and one of the questions on the ballot will be a non-binding question about whether or not the town should shift its form of governance from a select board / town manager form of governance to a mayoral system. And some details are still forthcoming about the mayoral system. It will depend on how the vote goes on Tuesday. But a few weeks ago, we had two proponents of the question. So two people in favor of the question, Dick DeGray and Dan Yates, here on the show, talking about why they thought it would be a good idea. And today, Tony and Spoon will talk about the other side of the issue. So thank you so much for being here today. Let's start with just a very broad question, which is, what do you feel is working about our current system now?
I'll start. I've been a resident of Brattleboro since 2001 and have been just vaguely aware of the political issues and not that involved and more interested in national political things. I became a board member of Brattleboro Time Trade, got involved in sort of local organizations there, and then the last couple of years I've been getting very involved in local politics. I became a town representative last year, and the fact of our current organization is what's allowed me, and I think has motivated me, to become very active politically. I'm now on the Energy Committee. I worked on the Sustainability Coordinator issue. I'm working with the Sustainability Coordinator on a couple of different initiatives. I'm excited about the governance here. I think there are things that can be remarkably improved, but I feel very strongly that if we didn't have that, the town meeting system, I would have not really necessarily gotten involved. I think the feeling that, wow, I can be one out of a whole bunch of people who actually have a direct impact on how the town is government was very. There was something that was sort of shocking to me, and something that made me feel motivated to really want to get involved. And I'm very excited that I am doing that, and I'm spending a lot of time and effort involved in that.
Spoon, do you have?
I think what's working now is that we have a highly skilled town manager. And but also, I feel there is a shift now. We are finally seeing my generation disappear from town meeting, and a new younger generation. And it reflects our interest. My generation never considered and could not consider climate issues, what the effects of the things we did would be, because of the assumption that everything would be okay, that they, whoever they was, would fix it. And now it's become apparent that there is no they, and things are in very bad condition. And so the younger generation now that's moving in, the 30 and 40-year-olds, are seeing the world and everything about them in a very different light. They are more concerned about climate and the future than they are about what's happening right now, about $20 more or less in their pockets because of a tax rate.
Do you think that with that generational shift in town meeting representation, that that might be a part of the impetus for the changing town government? Is there a feeling that this new generation of town meeting reps are maybe a little too active?
I don't know what too active could mean. We convene every year and we do our work, our business. And we do it from the time we start to the time we convene, and that time is filled. And I wouldn't know how to
So, you do bring up a good point. What do you mean by too active?
Well, let's say this past year's town meeting where suddenly, from the floor, a new town position was created, where suddenly from the floor, social services spending was increased.
I can add to that, just as someone who's covered town meeting for a few years. There was a number of years, so I've been at the Commons about 10, so that's the number that I've been covering town meeting, annual town meeting. And for most of those years, the budget was, there was an impetus to keep the budget level or down. And I would say in the past 2, maybe 3 years,
Yep.
there's been from the floor a push up for the budget, especially around human services and environmental issues. So that's the trend I've seen.
Yeah, in other words, the town meeting has kind of gone from you got to keep my taxes down to we got to make the town more livable and help deal with problems that may not traditionally be town meeting problems. And I was just wondering, especially you, Spoon, having dealt with the charter and with town meeting for many years, whether you think those factors might be behind the move toward having a mayor.
Maybe. I can't really be sure. I mean, I have had the thought, and I mentioned this earlier to Tony, that what Mr. DeGray hasn't quite gotten a grasp of is the very transition that's happening that I'm talking about. And so I had the feeling that what he's trying to do is restore that older establishment. But I don't know, because I feel he's been pretty coy about exactly what he's after.
Do you feel like that it's been accurately explained to people what this whole system maintained?
Well, that's one of probably my biggest specific objection. And I just want to respond to what the question you were saying before, is I think that it is a valid concern to say that this group of people who are in town meeting might not be representative of the real desires of all of the citizens. It's possible for, since we don't have campaigns and we don't have explicit town representatives saying what their issues are, that it's possible that you could have a distortion from what the popular will is. But to me, if that's the case, then what you do is you get people who support your positions to be on the, to run for town representative. I don't see that being an issue that's reason to change our entire structure of government. And what were you just asking? I'm sorry, because I wanted to go back to
that the switch over to a mayoral system, the big question people have is, what does this all mean, and how does this happen, and why are we doing it? And do you get the sense that it hasn't been adequately explained to the people of Brattleboro?
That's it's an area where Spoon and I kind of disagree a bit, and I think he makes a very good point. So I'm not quite as convinced of my position now. My main objection to this was that if there had been a ballot proposal to say, we want the select board to explore this option or to explore different government options, I wouldn't have an objection to that. It's been brought up that this is just advisory, but to me it's still a vote saying the will of the people want the select board to do this thing. So that has been a lot of my objection. I think that it's really putting the cart before the horse to say, let's vote on this. What I would want to do is say, let's explore this, have discussions about it, take a year or whatever, time to go through the process of really explaining what our governance is now, trying to make sure that people understand the issues, and then when people are more informed, then have some sort of vote, and you could maybe even have a binding vote if it seemed like there was reason to do that or enough support to do something like that.
Go ahead, Spoon.
There's a couple of things. One is, when this began, we all got thrown into, and this is because of our lack of understanding of government, of town charters, and democracy itself. We all got thrown into a debate between just two things. One was our town government, which we know as we see it, and a mayoralty, which we see as what we've seen of typical mayoralties throughout our life experience in this country. We have just two models in mind. And in fact, as the people of the town have all the power, their charter is their social contract, which we lay out how we want to govern ourselves. There are a gazillion different things that can go into a charter with either system. And so we could continue with a town manager system that would not look much like this, or we could have a mayoralty that doesn't look anything like a mayoralty that we imagine.
So I'm glad you brought up the charter, Spoon, because if I remember correctly, a few years ago, the Charter Commission actually reviewed whether or not to have a mayor. Were you on?
I was.
And what can you recall at the time?
Well,
some of the
vaguely,
decisions?
yes. We looked at it and we did explore it to a fair extent. We actually called in mayors from other towns in Vermont. And even actually we had called in the mayor of Greenfield, which had been the mayor there for just a year or two. They had just made the transition from town manager to mayor. We heard from Mary Hooper. She was a weak mayor, now a legislator. She was a weak mayor of Montpelier. We heard from the mayors, I forgot their names, of Rutland and Barry, who were strong mayors. We looked at the issue pretty closely. We compared them. We looked, and we may not have given it its total due because nobody on the committee, and that included a whole range of left to right, and nobody had a sense that there was much interest in the town for making that change.
Mm-hmm. So then I'll go back a little bit to a question I asked at the beginning of the show, but tweak it a little bit. You know, for folks who are sitting at home and saying, okay, well, I'm voting on March 3rd, which way do I vote? I mean, what do you feel would be the reasons to hang on to our current system, if any?
Can I just answer something first? I've been talking to people, for the last couple of weeks about this since I found out about it, and basically nobody I know who's talked to me about this, who isn't really actively involved in government, has any idea what it means. Very, very few people in town know what our government structure is, and they don't know what this proposal is. And so basically people have been asking my opinion, so I've been telling them what I think they should do. And again, it's like, well, is that fair? Am I being honest? Am I giving them the correct information? Again, to me, it's a question that because it's a primary vote, lots of people are going to be voting because they want their particular candidate for president. And again, that's part of my concern, is that I think there aren't going to be a lot of people who really have a thoughtful understanding of what the issue is.
So, Spoon, go ahead.
When I heard about this issue, I was immediately aware that there was a lot of reasons driving it, and I could take a guess, as Randy has, that maybe it had to do with what had transpired at last year's town meeting. But I was pretty careful not to make any inferences with any certainty. So I was looking for what might be behind it. And as I read one of Mr. DeGray's interviews, maybe he repeated that on his show that you had him, he used two words: accountability and participation. And those are the two issues at the bottom of all of this. And those are two issues that do deserve very deep examination.
I would agree. So, but I think the question, again, I'm thinking of people at home who are wondering what to do. Does our current system provide for those two things? Or would a mayoral system provide for those two things better?
We have to look at it. The expectation is, but of course that's all it is an expectation, is that if it were to pass, the select board would now reconvene a new charter revision commission. We would have to anyway in 3 years. And they would throw it in there. And it would get a hard look again in there. And I've honestly gone up and back as to whether I was interested in seeing this pass or not. I would like to continue the probe, the discussion into accountability and participation to try and decide what it should mean in our town and whether what we would like it to be is the way it is or it needs some improvements. So I have a hunch that a Charter Revision Commission is going to examine this whether it passes or not. So in a way, how people vote is a flip of the coin that may not, probably won't change the outcome in whether we make such a transition to a mayoralty or not.
Well, if the current system we have could be characterized as the town manager is the CEO, the select board is the board of directors, and the town meeting reps are the shareholder representatives, and that vote on up or down on decisions. And a mayoral system would kind of amputate the shareholder representatives, concentrate more power into the CEO, and make the city council kind of I don't know what you would characterize them as, the new improved town select board as city council. If you're talking about representation and participation, how does a mayoral system improve upon the current system?
Well, I mean, I think it just, like you said, it kind of amputates a huge number of people. And in my initial response to your first question was that existed made it, I think made it possible for me to really get seriously involved. But I do think that there are issues with that. And I do think, DeGray brought up about the number of town reps that are brought in caucus rather than voted for. And, I think there needs to be a lot more interest and involvement. My feeling, I like what Spoon has been saying about, looking at the whole system. What are the things we can do to change the system, and what are the things that are going to be effective? I'm sort of opposing this sort of, well, let's just go wholesale to this other system. What I would like to do is see what we can do to improve what we have now, and figure out ways to get more involvement, get my understanding is that the town representatives used to have sort of forums that they would do to their districts, and I would really like to do that. I think that there are ways of addressing this issue without making such a drastic change. From talking to Spoon, I did not realize this before talking to him, but he's offering some interesting things about things that that we're not limited in what we can do in terms of addressing the town charter. And from the interview with DeGray and Yates and other things I've heard people talk, it did seem to me like it was like this. Well, it's either this or this. And with Spoon saying that we have a tremendous amount of latitude in what we can do, I'd certainly be open to to opening up the town charter and, what are the things that we can do?
I'll explain that in more depth. What you did, Randy, was describe the classic mayoralty. And, but if we started with that and said, well, here's what a classic mayoralty would look like, but it's not doing what we want it to do, then you can begin modifying that. And for instance, what would happen if at the same time we went to a mayoralty, we instituted ranked voting? Or at the same time, or we began making little modifications like campaigning could only be for 2 months, from Labor Day to Election Day. And there could, whether there could be a limit, and may require 4 major debates on 4 major areas. And so, in other words, to try to diminish the really fouled up electoral campaign system that we have. And we could go on and on. I can't right now, but using the ability to shape our government to suit ourselves. We could change the issue, comes up, strong mayor, weak mayor. How much veto power would a council get? How big would a council get? If you required 8 out of 9 to veto something, it would be a very strong mayor. If you only required 5 out of 9 to veto something, it's a much weaker mayor. If a mayor can write a check for $5,000, then that mayor is not nearly as strong as one who can write a check on their own signature for $100,000. So there's a almost infinite number of things in which one can shape and modify and design a government to be just the one that we want.
So what issues do you feel, or what areas is our current government not serving, or where is it not working? What needs to be fixed? And how would we fix them, either within the current structure or by going to a different structure? Because it's one thing to just talk about designing the government we want, but do we know what what needs we're actually trying to meet when we say those things?
Well, I think there's, I've talked to a number of people who have said, well, Yates and DeGray haven't really specifically said, it's sort of nebulous. And one of my concerns is that there's sort of things that they don't feel they can talk about because it would be attacked. I don't like that situation. I think they probably have really valid concerns that are important, probably business concerns, things about the increase in the local tax rate, things like that, that maybe are politically sort of sensitive and it can't be, openly discussed. And I think we need to be able to do that. I think that's unfair. I might disagree with them about all of them, but it's important to really bring out what the real issues are. One of the things that I liked about last year's town meeting was you have people who I know are like really radical and people who are really conservative, and they're arguing very specifically about issues. They're arguing about, these are the facts as I see them, this is how I think we should do them. This person is saying, well, I'm not sure that I agree with that, we should do it this way. It's not overtly political in a partisan way. And I would be very disturbed. One of the things I'm concerned about is having Republican for mayor, Democrat for mayor, this level of progressive for mayor, this moderate for mayor, and campaign signs on people's lawns. So, I think Spoon knows a lot better. I'm just the last few years getting involved with this, but that question is the question that I'm asking, that I want to look at, and where I want to move forward from.
I look at it from going back to those two big concepts of sustainability, accountability, and participation, and then try and define those terms. And then begin to design or create things that address them. For instance, if we understand that one of the bulwarks of a democracy is participation, then of course we want the most that we can get. So then we have to find out why people aren't participating and what would increase their interest in participating. Most of the time we find that it's knowledge. It's knowledge and a sense that, and also that their participation makes a difference. And an example, the school board just sent around a card that I received, most of us in Brattleboro I guess did, warning us of their meeting. And essentially, 3/4 of the card was empty when it could have been filled with vital information that a citizen might be interested in knowing and therefore attending their meeting. And it probably never occurred to the school board to put that information on. We have to get out of that habit.
Thank you, Spoon. We're just about coming to the end of time. Randy, was there any other questions you wanted to ask? Anything you wanted to add, wish we had asked?
One thing that has nothing to do with this is that I work at NECA, and I just really appreciate that Dan Yates made a tremendous effort in helping our organization. So I have great respect for him. I'm glad that we were able to do this. The main thing I wanted to say is I didn't want to have this to be an opposing view from theirs. There are reasons why I don't support it. Talking with Spoon beforehand adjusted that because he gave me a lot of information I didn't know about. So I'm just glad that we were able to do this. And my focus really is on solving problems and how do we work together to find out solutions. My concern again with this proposal is it's just trying to jump to something completely different, and I don't think that's warranted at this point.
Thank you. And before we go to Spoon, there's an event happening this weekend as well. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
So there's a
Tony?
forum that should be a neutral forum about this issue, just again to give information to the public. It's going to be at Epsilon Spires on Main Street at 3 o'clock. Spoon is going to be there, David Gartenstein and Marshall Wheelock. There's going to be a moderator. There's room for, I think, 170 people or something, and there's going to be time for question and answer, and also time afterwards for people to discuss and mingle and consider this.
Thank you. Spoon, anything you wanted to add?
Well, only that I thought it very appropriate that Tony had concluded by saying that when he heard new information, he was rethinking his position or a lot about how he was thinking about it, and that underscores my whole thing about participation and being informed, because it's not just being there, but it's being able to make an informed decision, and that is an area that needs a lot of improvement in our town and our democracy.
Thank you, Spoon. I think my takeaway for today is, if you are a Brattleboro voter and you're sitting with this question, stay with our current system, say yes to exploring a mayoral system. If you have questions, that is appropriate because this is an evolving conversation. As Spoon pointed out, there's a lot of different structures that we could be using. And so I hope many people show up to this forum over the weekend. So if they have questions, they can ask them directly before the March 3rd vote. Thank you for joining us today. This has been an episode of BCTV Open Studio. I am Olga Peters, Randy Holhut also from the Commons, and thank you Tony Duncan and Spoon Agave for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we will call the meeting to order. Today is February 24th, And Janet Kramer is missing from the meeting today, so I'm the lucky one. So the first thing on the agenda is to review and approve the minutes from the meeting of January 23rd. So we would need somebody to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion as president.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next thing on the list is resident and citizen participation, which we don't have anyone here at the current moment. So we'll move on, I guess, if somebody comes, then we can.
Sure.
Okay. Number 4 on the agenda is the business of resident interest. And is that this, what does that mean, Chris?
It is the.
Just the following reports?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. So the first,
Bless you.
so the first we have on the list are for staff reports were the property portfolio manager and property manager reports. And so we have some written reports. Bless you. So we have Jack's report first. Did anybody have any discussion, or Chris, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'll just fill you in a little bit. So we have been working hard to get the community rooms done at Samuel Elliott Apartments and also Hayes Court. And they are near completed, if not completed. And so right now we're just in the process of ordering some new furniture. And so the rooms were painted, the residents were able to pick, they voted on a color to paint the rooms at each site. They were given a choice of a few colors, and then they picked the color. Samuel Elliott actually picked this blue, the same blue. And then they had new flooring, which is the same flooring in here. And then they'll get new furniture. And so that had been something that they had been asking for a while.
Wonderful.
And so it looks great. And the Hayes Court, I've only seen in photographs, but it looks great. So I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow because they just finished it. I think our next meeting is at Hayes Court, and so we get to see it firsthand.
And we have new staff in the maintenance area.
So Sam Wright is our new maintenance staff member. He is the maintenance laborer, so he's new to the team. He does cleaning, light maintenance work, and he's training under the rest of the team.
Anyone else? Okay. There were on the agenda after, should we review all of these written reports before we do the write-off?
No, I think you could do, if you wanted to, you could go in line, so the next one would be the property management report, which has list of rent payments, and then those 2 write-offs for one for Samuel Elliott Apartments, one for Moore Court, both of which were tenants that left with 0 debt.
Okay, so Janet had emailed her approval. So while we're on that topic, we need a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the monthly property management update, Chris, I had a question about, so we are anticipating some upcoming in-house transfer that will be taking place. What does that mean?
It means when somebody transfers from one unit to another.
Oh, okay.
So it could be something like their household size has changed, whether it's gone up or down, and so they're either over or under housed, so they move to a unit that has more or fewer bedrooms. It could also be that they received a reasonable accommodation to move to a different unit for a reason, meaning that a doctor approved an accommodation that based on a disability that they could move to they needed to move to a new building or a new apartment for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
We also have, we're starting, our wait list at Red Clover Commons is starting to move more, and so we're starting to get people who live in our housing at our RAD properties or other properties, and then they've applied to be on the wait list for Red Clover, and now they're moving to Red Clover.
Oh,
Okay.
That would not be a regional accommodation, or they actually would transfer out of our Bratt property and then go into that property.
But they have to go on the wait list, they can't just.
They have to go on the wait list. They can't transfer just in-house to Red Clover or A.W. Richards. They have to be on the wait list for that. But we're starting to see that now people are moving up in the wait list.
Okay. And when the Samuel Elliott annual inspection of the fire department was conducted, it said that there were minimal findings. What does that mean?
Not a lot, just little things like some housekeeping issues.
Thank you.
Housekeeping issues, so things that the property manager had to follow up on to re-inspect. There were also some issues, just, just basic repair issues.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Looks like we would be on to the resident wellness and services program. Looks like there were minutes from a meeting that you had recently.
So these are minutes from our Resident Advisory and Communication Committee. And so they meet monthly. They actually meet usually on the same day that we meet, so they met today. And we have residents, so from this meeting, we had residents from the Samuel Elliott Apartments, Ledgewood Heights, and Moorcourt. Today's meeting, which you'll get the minutes for in your next packet, we actually invited the Red Clover Commons. We're inviting, now, it was only public housing, but since we went RAD, we decided to invite residents from all the properties. And so now we had residents from Red Clover Commons come in and sit in and listen to see if they wanted to join the group as well. And so we actually had someone from every site except for A.W. Richards today, which was great.
That is cool.
And so they actually asked me if you looked at these concerns, because their concerns are very property oriented, like, whether, the plowing, whether it's good or bad, whether, if, as you can see after Ledgewood, they identified parking, not in parking spots, and, just different things that affect really their properties. And so I did tell them that you received a notation of the notes as well.
What does it mean when it says suggested staggered terms for board members, so not everyone ends at the same time?
So we were in the process of writing the bylaws and the governance for the group, and they weren't sure how they wanted it to work, if they wanted it to be that people were elected, or if people that just applied and could get on. And so we were in the process of writing the bylaws, and we were talking about term limits, and why somebody would disqualify for being on the board and so far. So I think that once they've sort of solidified these bylaws, then we would present them to this board for your review.
Okay, that makes sense. So they want to so I see at Ledgewood they want to put in some speed humps.
They do, and so I did contact Peter Elwell, the town manager, and we're meeting this week, not to just talk about that, but to talk about some other things, and he's going to give me some guidance as to what the process is behind that through the town, because that road through Ledgewood is a public road.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody can jump in at any time. Wellness and Services monthly board report. Lorelei, I guess, has the first piece. I just have a question. Down there where it says the WSSG has been reviewing the sharp/needles literature. Do you know what that is all about?
Yes, so we have a in-house policy as to two different procedures. So one policy is related to if somebody finds a sharp on the property, and we have a protocol of what we ask residents to do. So if they see it, they're supposed to. We have these orange cones. They're supposed to put it on the cone and then call in a work order. They're not supposed to touch it, but that's supposed to identify that it's there. And then they put in a work order, and then we have a maintenance staff, and we have a protocol for our maintenance staff as to how to get rid of sharps.
Is it related to diabetic?
Could be related. It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
you know, sometimes it's just found on the property and we don't know what it was for.
Sure.
And so, so we take all precautions with that. But we
Absolutely.
came up with a procedure really because we found some on our family sites, and it was just, you know, disturbing to the adults. So we wanted to put literature out about education and what to do if you find anything, and how to talk to your kids about what to look out for. And then we also, and I think it's just a hot topic in our community, and so we might not be seeing it as much, but I think we wanted to get ahead of the case. And then we also have procedures for people to throw it away, and that goes with the town procedure, which is to put them in a heavy, sturdy plastic container, either, you know, like a not dish detergent, laundry detergent container, something with a heavy plastic. Then you tape it shut, and then you write on it sharps, and then you dispose of it in the regular trash, not the recycling. And so we give out that to all the residents so that they know what those things are. Because it just comes up, and some people just don't know what they're supposed to do with their sharps. You know, if they're diabetic, sometimes they might not realize what they're supposed to do. So we just tend to give a lot of information out. So we were re-looking at that information to see, sometimes we put it out and then nothing happens for 6 months, and then we realize, oh, you know, we should probably give more information out about that. We have new residents or people forget. And so I think the group is just re-looking at it to see if we could design it better and make it more understandable, especially for people that don't read.
It's a shame we have to do this, you know?
Yeah. But it's good to stay ahead of it, and I think that since we've had that, we've had good results of people and the way they've interacted, and we've had people do the protocol. They put the cone on it, they call the staff, it gets taken care of.
Anyone else have anything about any of the other articles? I like Shauna, Lucy, Ashley, they got a lot of good things going on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, one program that Shauna has been working a lot on is this new pharmacy pilot program with SASH, and they have been doing a lot of the work to set it up. And so I think they're just beginning now to work with residents on it through the SASH program, and they're piloting it with a pharmacist from Hotel Pharmacy. And the idea is that they will set up this framework and see how it goes. They're focusing on hypertension, and then that may be replicated in other parts of the state. So it's really exciting. And we're getting a little bit of extra grant funding from the Center from Disease Control to facilitate this. And so it's nice to have that partnership.
It's nice to have a local pharmacy that wants to do that.
Yeah.
And doesn't it say that the pharmacists that we've chosen can also work independently, like with other pharmacies, so they're not locked in? You know, Great Clover Common is right next to Walgreens, so.
Yeah, no, they can work with other pharmacies as well, you're right.
Then we have Ashley's SASH report and Lucy's FSS report. I thought they were doing great.
Absolutely.
Yes. And the newsletter's always a hit, right?
Yes, exactly.
I didn't have anything particular, but I just thought it was well done. We have the blue sheet, which is shelter, section 8, shelter plus care. Is that number 3 on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I just had a question about, or was just wondering if you could explain the shortfall and the fact that HUD doesn't wanna.
So we are in process of talking to them about why we incurred the shortfall. It was very unexpected. Chris Hart, who finished the closing of the RAD program, and David DeAngelis are really taking the lead on it, and I'm staying involved in it. We've been talking to our attorney that helped us through the RAD process, and we're in discussions with HUD. So it hasn't been dropped. We're just staying on it to see why why the shortfall. From what we understood, it had something to do with our Section 8 vouchers, that we had reserved Section 8 vouchers, which we had reserved for the residents who were moving out of this property, and so that because we had this reserve, that possibly we could dip into that reserve. So, but we weren't aware of that at all during the closing. There had been no mention of that. So we are definitely talking to HUD and trying to figure out how basically to secure those funds again. So.
Rental assistance demonstration program.
So that's the RAD program. There's really, outside of what we just were talking about, there's no real updates. So far it's been going well. We've been working with our computer 10 mass program to make sure that everything is set up correctly. But other than that, it has, I think at this point we're full steam ahead with the RAD program, and so we're feeling good about it.
Okay. The check listing. I didn't see Green Mountain Power on here with their astronomical amount. Did we pay ahead or something? Or maybe they just decided not to bill us.
I doubt that. It could be that we just had less this month. We were so we had transferred to a fee accountant program, and so in that transition we have been sort of catching up. And it could be that there was just one of the pieces that. Yeah.
Right, the big ones were Town of Brattleboro.
I do feel like I signed off recently on a Green Mountain Power check, so I don't. It could have been that we just missed this payment. I mean this cycle.
Yep. Anybody have anything to discuss about that?
No.
Okay.
That's what I thought too.
So check signing, I have March, Janet has April, and Tom has May. Does that still go?
I'm doing the last one of this month, pushing for
February?
Yeah.
Oh, for Janet?
Yeah.
This week?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Transition to fee accounting. Chris, I would imagine that you might have something to say about that?
Yes, so as of the beginning of February, we decided to sign a contract with Gordon Griffin Accounting, which is an accounting firm in outside of the Boston area that works with public housing organizations in Vermont, several in Vermont and other places, but they work with Rutland and Winooski and Bennington and Springfield. And we decided to go in this direction really as a cost savings hedge. And they were here last week working with us and starting the process, and so far it's going very well. We were able to keep on our accounting assistant, and she was helping just in the process of sending them all of the material. And but it's definitely a transitional phase. This month and next month will be a big transition for us. So we're working hard at putting the pieces together and getting the framework, but it feels like we're going in the right direction. And I really think in the long run it's going to save us a lot of money, and it will be a more sustainable idea. So yeah, and they've offered a lot of guidance around. They really understand the HUD regs and the RAD regulations as well, and so they've been giving us some guidance on how best to set our ledgers up. And so it's been great.
That's good.
Yeah, it was tough, but I felt like it really was something that just had to, the cost savings was too large to not try. So.
Okay. And budget preparation process for 2020.
So yes, I just wanted to keep you, so our fiscal year will end at the end of March, which I know is very soon. And so we are really, we're scrambling to put a budget together and working with staff. And because of this transition, it's a little bit difficult, but we're hopeful that we'll have something really, something to show you at next month. So just wanted to keep you in the loop.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or anything? Okay. Next is large projects in progress. So FEMA PDMA.
So that's the work at this site, which is the demolition and the widening of the brook. So Chris is working on the scope of this work and the timeline and other details of the entire project with our water engineer. So that's just still going forward. We're hoping to tear down the buildings, some further buildings along the brook starting in the spring. And that's just moving along as planned. And, you know, we have a match with FEMA, and so we're just trying to figure out exactly, you know, where to allocate money and where we can pull it from, so.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Red Clover 2, Chris sort of identified all of these things. So they've been reviewing the designs. They're still trying to figure out some more cost savings. And our funding application has gone in for the VHFA will be the securing our vouchers for the building. And so that's the meeting that I will be attending on the 30th of March. And so Chris and I are both attending that. And then we met with VHCB earlier in this month for them to introduce me. We went out to Montpelier and to have a discussion about just what they're looking for in terms of financial reporting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For moving to work, we are still on the wait list. Chris had reached out to HUD and they indicated to us that they were, that another notice would be going out prior to any decision about the lottery, so we're still waiting. And Chris has been organizing, part of her development is looking at what this community, what this space will look like. And part of that is she's been working with a group of folks that are interested in a project that's going to be held in June here at the site around the brook and the Abenaki Indians and just sort of the historical value of the land and incorporating some art. And so she is going to come next month on the 18th to discuss this project with the board. It's really exciting. I won't be able to do it justice if I discuss it, but she's talked to me at length about it and it sounds really fun. And I think it's a great way of engaging the community in the process of looking at what would be next without making any major decisions, but just getting people involved and really looking at the historical value of the land and the brook and how it has been used historically for many years prior to housing.
That's really interesting. It had anything to do with the Indians.
Yeah, I didn't either, and so it's very interesting. So they're trying to do all this work. But Chris, this group is really excited about it, and they're going to do an event 3 Sundays in June. And so Chris will be able to tell you more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But she filled me in a couple days ago, and it sounds really exciting.
So the next meeting, everybody understands that it's March 18th, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to attend that week. You will be?
But everyone else was able to attend.
Okay.
And I can watch the video.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything else to discuss that we had here in content of the meeting? Because the next thing is executive session. We've kind of plowed right through this. No?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess we need a motion to move into executive session.
So move.
Second.
Yep. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Mayor Pete Buttigieg suddenly ended his presidential campaign yesterday. The decision may have been made very quickly because there are many Pete surrogates and campaign staff who heard about it, not from the campaign, not from their employer, but rather through media reports about Pete Buttigieg ending his campaign. And this is, from a calculated, strategic perspective, very clearly a move meant to help Joe Biden by consolidating centrist support around Joe. The question is whether it will work, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Pete Buttigieg got the most delegates out of Iowa, currently third in the delegate counts at 26 delegates, but was not looking good for tomorrow's Super Tuesday contests at all. So there are a few considerations here, but clearly this happened in consultation with the Biden campaign, as nobody else at this point is really viable other than Bernie Sanders, unless something changed radically during tomorrow's Super Tuesday elections, which we'll talk about. One thing for Buttigieg alone is, since he's so young, it's probably better to drop out before doing poorly on Super Tuesday than after, so that in 4 years or 8 years, if he wants to run again, he can say, listen, I did well in those first primaries. I didn't suffer any embarrassing defeats like would be probably happening if he were to stay in until Super Tuesday. And that's about Pete and Pete alone. Now, the second part is the Biden piece. Does this help Joe Biden? Lots of people are posting polling data, from example, from Morning Consult, saying if you look at the second choices of Pete supporters, it's not clear it helps Biden. For example, if you look at Morning Consult numbers that say, well, Bernie benefits the most because 21% of Pete's voters would go to Bernie second, 19% would go to Biden, 19% would go to Warren, 17% would go to Bloomberg. What this ignores is that just because when Pete is in the race, you say, well, Warren's my second choice, as 19% did. If Pete drops out, you don't automatically go to Warren. And in other words, if you like Pete and Pete drops out, and your second choice is Warren, but you are able to see the numbers and you realize Warren's not viable, you don't necessarily go and vote for Warren. You might vote for someone else. So the point is, it's not clear to me how much we are going to glean about exactly how much this helps Biden versus somebody else until we actually wait and see what happens tomorrow. If I had to guess, the most likely analysis to me is that this helps Biden and Bernie roughly equally at the national level, a couple of points to each, but it will really come down to the state-by-state impact because not only are the state numbers very different depending on the demographics of each state in terms of how much support Joe Biden has, the other consideration is Warren is close to viability in a few different states. So we'll look at this in a moment, but Warren is at 13 in Texas and 14 in Utah. If Warren gets a couple of points in each of those states, thanks to Pete Buttigieg dropping out, she could end up getting some delegates instead of none by reaching the viability threshold. And that will definitely hurt Bernie because he's the one who, if he doesn't get to 50% plus one by the convention, may lose the nomination. So I think that we're going to have to wait and see what the actual effect is. But if I had to say, I think that this is going to help Biden in a direct way by giving him a little bit of Pete support, but may actually hurt Bernie by dividing the number of delegates among more people on Super Tuesday. We will see. Okay, we have so much to discuss from the weekend, and the format of today's show will be a little different than normal. We're going to do more shorter stories to get caught up on everything that's been going on. And one of the things that did happen is that we had a primary election over the weekend, and Joe Biden won it by pretty significant vote margins. This is Joe Biden's first win of the 2020 primary. As I predicted last week on Rising with Crystal and Cigar. That's kind of a joke, by the way. Some people just get furious with me when I say I correctly predicted this. But I did predict last week Joe Biden would overperform the polls in South Carolina. And he did. He won with more than 48% of the vote. He was polling 39 going in, won with 48% of the vote. As of right now, That nets Joe Biden 35 of the 54 available delegates. Another count has it at 33. Bernie getting about 13 delegates, plus or minus a couple. There's still some of the math that was being done as of this morning. Joe Biden won South Carolina primarily bolstered by, number one, spending a bunch of time and money in South Carolina over the last 10 days. Number two, the late endorsement from Congressman Clyburn in South Carolina, a very well-respected Democratic congressman there, helped. Mostly, I don't think endorsements help. In this case, it did help move the needle for Joe Biden. And then number three, when you look at exit polls, Biden won South Carolina with a more conservative, more religious, more racially diverse electorate than we've seen in the other three primary states to go so far. So the delegate totals now stand at, again, depending on which website you look at, this is plus or minus a couple, Bernie Sanders 58, Joe Biden 50, Pete Buttigieg 26, who has since dropped out, Elizabeth Warren 8, and Amy Klobuchar 7. Tom Steyer had been counting on South Carolina as his big play. He poured money into South Carolina the way Bloomberg's been pouring money into tomorrow's Super Tuesday states. And because of Joe Biden's late surge, Steyer ended up with 0 delegates in South Carolina. This was his big bet. And so he decided to end his campaign. Obviously the right thing to do. So as I said before the South Carolina voting, I could only see Steyer really ending his campaign between South Carolina and Super Tuesday. He did, but Pete Buttigieg also did, suddenly and in a way that seems coordinated with the Biden campaign. And then, I mean, I guess technically she's still in the race. Tulsi Gabbard should have gotten out a long time ago, still has no path to a single delegate. Who knows when she's officially going to end her campaign. So the question now is, do Warren or Klobuchar get enough support on Super Tuesday to justify staying in? Warren has 8 delegates. Amy has 7 delegates. We're going to look at that in a moment. Super Tuesday will determine a whole bunch of things. The questions I want answered are, does Bernie have a path to 50% plus 1 delegates after Super Tuesday? Does anyone else have a path to 50% plus 1 delegates after Super Tuesday? The answer to both of those questions increasingly is no, but it is far more likely that Bernie will have a path over anybody else. If you look at the 538 forecast, now adjusted with the South Carolina results, 538 says the most likely single scenario at 60% is no one gets 1991 delegates, which is the number needed to clinch the nomination. The second most likely scenario at 26% is Bernie gets 50% plus 1, and then Biden at 14% likelihood to grab the number of delegates he needs. No one else has even a 1% shot, according to the latest forecast. So that gets us to the Warren-Klobuchar question. Will Warren and Klobuchar be able to justify staying in the race after Super Tuesday? When you look at the states voting in tomorrow on Super Tuesday, you will see, so the states are Alabama, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia. Warren has a path to delegates in California. She's polling 17%. Colorado, she's polling 17%. Massachusetts, she's polling 20%. Texas and Utah, as I mentioned, 13 and 14.5%. And maybe she would be boosted there by Pete dropping out. Amy Klobuchar has a path to delegates only in her home state of Minnesota. So this is not looking particularly good. Warren isn't likely to win a single state, but she will likely get delegates in somewhere between 3 and 5 states, unless she's boosted by Buttigieg dropping out to get delegates in some more states. Amy Klobuchar probably just gets delegates in Minnesota. And if that's the case, she probably should also drop out after Super Tuesday, but we will see. My one prediction at this point is Biden will overperform the polls because of the momentum of South Carolina. I'm not voting for Biden. This is just my analysis of the data, not representative of my desire. But as I predicted in South Carolina, I think Biden will have momentum from South Carolina, as some voters who had faded from Biden will be reinvigorated by his perceived momentum from South Carolina, and he will get a little bit of a boost from Pete Buttigieg dropping out. Don't miss the live results stream starting probably around 8 p.m. Eastern on Super Tuesday night, tomorrow night. You can also follow me on Twitter between now and then and let me know where you see Super Tuesday going. I am D. Pacman on Twitter.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pacman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pacman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pacman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pacman.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Michael Beavers and Nancy Moore. Michael and Nancy, thank you so much for your support. I also want to say thank you to Georgia Casenza, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. I also want to say thank you to Sam from Cambridge. Sam from Cambridge came through for us in the Free Speech TV pledge drive. Sam's been a longtime supporter of the show from here in the Boston area. Sam, thank you so much. Very much appreciate your support. Okay, so let's start with a very bizarre press conference that Donald Trump gave, where he did all sorts of things that make very little sense. And what I want to point out about this press conference in particular is that Donald Trump seems barely conscious in this press conference. The bone white eyes in the middle of an orange face, his eyes half closed. He sounds like he's on Ambien or Downers, barely awake. And reminder, this is a clip of a press conference about COVID-19 and the death of a patient. And Trump is rambling incoherently about ISIS, slurring, sniffing, short of breath. Take a look and listen at this first clip from this bizarre press conference.
Again, it's been a long journey in Afghanistan in particular. It's been a very long journey. It's been a hard journey for everybody. We're very largely a law enforcement group, and that's not what our soldiers are all about. They're fighters. They're the greatest fighters in the world. As you know, we've destroyed in Syria and Iraq 100% of the ISIS caliphate, 100%. We have thousands of prisoners. We've killed ISIS fighters by the thousands.
The labored breathing combined with his barely awake voice and rambling about ISIS, it's all very weird. Then here's Trump strangely talking about the sacrifices that have been made in Afghanistan, and he comes apart talking about the expenditure of treasure, the expenditure of treasury in the fight. Again, what on earth is this guy talking about, seemingly somnambulant?
I guess most of all, I want to thank all of the people in the United States for having spent so much in terms of blood, in terms of treasure and treasury. The money that has been spent, the lives that have been lost. And we just signed an agreement that puts us in a position to get it done, bring us down to in the vicinity of 8,000 troops. The United Nations was informed of everything, and NATO has been great. Secretary Stoltenberg has been fantastic.
Again, the extremely slow speech, the labored breathing, the sniffing and not making one iota of sense. Then in comes Mike Pence, who is, remember, he's running this whole thing. We'll follow up on that component as well, and says travel is being banned to Iran, and watch Trump in the background seeming like he's struggling to stay awake.
The task force met this morning and brought the president a range of options, and at his direction, we will be doing the following. First, the president authorized action today to add additional travel restrictions on Iran. We will be using Section 212F, banning travel from Iran. Iran is also already under a travel ban, but we are expanding existing travel restrictions to include any foreign national who has visited Iran within the last 14 days.
And then a key moment, Donald Trump asked about, you've been referring to all of this as a hoax. Now someone has died. Do you stand by that? And Trump incomprehensibly says, no, what I meant was that the hoax is on them, on the Democrats with COVID-19. What?
I could just ask you said the other day in the cabinet room with African-American leaders, you've got to get away from politics. You were down in Charleston last night using the word hoax when talking about Democrats. Somebody now is dead from this. Do you regret that kind of talk?
No. Hoax referring to the action that they take to try and pin this on somebody because we've done such a good job. The hoax is on them. I'm not talking about what's happening here. I'm talking what they're doing. That's the hoax. That's just a continuation of the hoax, whether it's the impeachment hoax or the Russia hoax. This is what I'm talking about.
I challenge anyone to explain what Trump means here. When he called it a hoax, he meant the hoax is on the Democrats, but it's also being perpetrated by the Democrats. The Democrats are hoaxing and being hoaxed, but COVID-19 itself is not the hoax. Imagine that. And then lastly here, back to the topic of Afghanistan, Trump in this part gets visibly confused. He says we never should have gone into Afghanistan under Obama. Of course, we went in before Barack Obama. Trump seems to realize it, immediately gets confused and says, actually, we should have gone in. It becomes a complete and total mess.
I could just follow up. You pride yourself on a deal maker, but your former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, has said that this is an Obama-style deal and sends the wrong message to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. What did the Taliban give up here?
First of all,
will you be hosting the Taliban in Washington at Camp David, or will you meet them abroad?
We'll look at that. Look, nobody should be criticizing this deal after 19 years. He had his chance. He didn't do it. He was very much in favor of going in. We should have never gone in the first place. When they went into Iraq, listen. When they went into Iraq, when they went into the Middle East in such a fashion, I was very much against it. Shouldn't have gone in. He thought we should have. That's been proven wrong. I'm surprised that anybody would be against something where we try and end a 19-year war. We're 8,000 miles away from our home. We've done a great job in the sense that we've killed a lot of terrorists. We've put them out of commission.
So then he actually says, well, no, I don't mean it was bad for Obama to go into Afghanistan. I mean, Bush shouldn't have gone into Iraq. I was against it. That's a lie. Trump went on Howard Stern and said he was in favor. But this is actually all about Afghanistan anyway. So Obama's opinion or Trump's opinion about Bush's Iraq war, it has nothing to do with what Donald Trump is doing in Afghanistan. It is nonsensical rambling. I got an email over the weekend from someone who said, David, we see this guy as an ignorant clown, but a lot of his followers see this same press conference and they see strength and power and a guy who's not going to be manipulated by the libs. And that's probably true that a lot of Trumpists see this same press conference that way. And that's why we can't convince them to vote for someone other than Trump in November. We simply have to go around them. It was a completely vile weekend of disinformation and propaganda from the president. And he also had another one of these helicopter press conferences where he's yelling at the cameras while the helicopter whirs in the background. And this time he said, in his defense of his handling of COVID-19, he says, listen, a lot more people have died from the flu. At the time, he said no one had died yet. That changed just hours after this press conference. We'll get to that momentarily. But most bizarrely, Donald Trump claimed, as the helicopter whirred in the background, that the government is ordering elements of medical. Now, you might be saying, well, elements of medical what, David? It sounds like there's a word missing there. No, just elements of medical. Take a look.
There's tremendous spirit, a lot of spirit. And as you know, with the flu, on average, we lose from 26,000 to 78,000 people a year, even more than that in some cases, some years. We haven't lost anybody yet, and hopefully we can keep that intact. There have been no deaths in the United States at all. A lot of that's attributable to the fact that we closed the border very early. Otherwise, it could be a different story. So we'll just keep doing a good job. We're ordering a lot of supplies. We're ordering a lot of elements that, frankly, we wouldn't be ordering unless it was something like this. But we're ordering a lot of different elements of medical. We are working on cures, and we're getting some very good results.
Does he mean elements like they're ordering elements from the periodic table, like cesium and barium that he thinks have medical uses? This is how you know, as if we didn't before, that Trump has no idea what's going on. We're ordering elements of medical. He might as well say we're ordering widgets and ding-dongs. It's communicating as much value and meaning. What he is saying is how much we would get if he said we're ordering ding-dongs. Elements of medical has about the same amount of meaning. And this guy is in so far over his head that it almost exceeds the English language's ability to describe it. It's blathering, it's lies, it's nonsense. Trump is almost existing in the imagine a Venn diagram where you have Ronald Reagan's cognitive decline, which is not a joke. It's nothing to laugh at. It's horrible. George Bush's incompetence with the added element of Donald Trump's extreme weaponized narcissism. The Venn diagram of those three is where Donald Trump is operating. And lastly, by the way, if COVID-19 is overblown, trumped up by Dems, all under control, why would Trump even be ordering so-called elements of medical that they wouldn't normally order? It doesn't really make sense for something that's perfectly under control to take action that is out of the ordinary. It probably doesn't matter. It's all merely uninformed propaganda. And then to close up this insane copter press conference before going to the next one, Trump also again was asked about the stock market implosion, and he keeps blaming it on Democrats instead of the growing global pandemic, which Trump is not particularly inspiring confidence on.
This is the worst week of stock This is the worst week of stocks since the financial crisis. It's more of an economic or public health crisis.
Well, I think it's just people don't know. It's the unknown. You know, they look at it and they say, how long will this last? I think they're not very happy with the Democrat candidates when they see them. I think that has an impact.
Yeah, world markets are crashing as the outbreak spreads because people are just really upset with the Democratic candidates. We have video of a father and daughter being interviewed by Fox News after being reportedly cleared of coronavirus quarantine by health authorities. And the video is not particularly comforting because throughout the video, the guy being interviewed can't stop coughing and is visibly sweating, including coughing directly onto his daughter as he shares a bottle of water with her before insisting that the cough is caused by being nervous from being on television. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not saying this guy has the virus. That would be not based in evidence, even though there have been people who tested negative multiple times and then later tested positive. But the guy clearly has something and he can't stop coughing. But in the midst of all the precautions everybody's supposed to be taking, when you see someone visibly sweating and coughing and sick on television in a segment about being cleared of quarantine, it's not the best visual. Take a look at the video.
I think as time goes forward, hopefully doctors and scientists will get a better handle on the whole situation. fortunately, from what I understand, it is contagious, but the death rate is pretty low. So, yeah, I understand the fear.
Yeah. Well, we can see you still have a cough. What do the doctors say about your own condition moving forward as we wrap this up?
Excuse me. Let me get some of that. They said, yeah, I'm fine. I got tested twice, negative both times. The cough, probably just nerves.
Yeah, being on TV.
Fair enough.
He coughs. He takes his daughter's water, drinks out of it, hands it back to her. She drinks out of it. And I'm sure this is a super nice guy, lovely father. But if this is what we're dealing with in trying not to spread disease, we've got to be very worried, because this guy's doing everything you shouldn't do when you're sick. Be out of your house in a TV studio with tons of other people, share bottled water with other people, cough onto other people. It's almost like an SNL skit in the visual component. How are we going to deal with this if this is what is being considered reasonable, safe behavior at this point? Cough into your elbow, not into your daughter's face. And he's saying in the clip, this is contagious, and then takes a swig of his daughter's water after coughing onto her and then hands the water back to her. I don't even know the point of the segment, by the way. Apparently the idea is, hey, this is just somebody with a bad cold. Fox News wants to do that, maybe to run interference for Trump, but the guy is out in public, in contact with the makeup person, the camera person, the greeter at the studio, and on and on and on. So I don't know if the point of this clip was some kind of thinly veiled pro-Trump propaganda to show, hey, here's a guy, he's fine, he doesn't have COVID-19, so Trump is right that a 2% death rate instead of a 0.1% death rate isn't that bad. Like, what is even the point of this segment? And I first heard about this when Tim Pool tweeted about this segment and started looking around for the video. And I thought, it can't be this bad. And it is. The guy is unable to stop coughing directly onto his daughter. And reminder, the COVID-19 test isn't that reliable. There have been a lot of false negatives, and false negatives are a real problem in this particular case, here leading to a guy at a studio uncontrollably coughing, including onto his daughter, while talking about how fortunately he's fine. Is anybody else concerned by this? To me, I get it. There's a good chance he doesn't have COVID-19, but when I saw this, it did not inspire confidence. We'll have the clip as well on our Instagram page, at David Pakman Show. Make sure you're following us there. And follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. I've got a picture up. I had a big meeting of the minds brunch yesterday with Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II, and put up a picture on my Instagram at david.pakman. Check it out. Quick break. Much more coming up right after this short break.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So now let's get into the arguably most cartoonish moment of COVID-19 nonsense from the weekend involving our great fearless mango-colored leader, Donald Trump. Friday afternoon, Trump bragged that thanks to his great work, no one in the United States had died from the virus. Hours later, someone died from the virus, a man named Jeff Dutchin, a public health officer for Seattle. And in his completely loony press conference, Donald Trump referred to this man as a wonderful woman who sadly has passed away. Take a look at this.
At this moment, we have 22 patients in the United States currently that have coronavirus. Unfortunately, one person passed away overnight. She was a wonderful woman, a medically high-risk patient in her late 50s. 4 others are very ill.
So it was not a wonderful woman who passed away. It was Dr. Jeff Dutchin. I've actually never really heard Trump refer to women as wonderful. And here he happens to be talking about a man without even knowing it, which seems ironic in some kind of weird harebrained way. The numbers that Trump mentioned, 22 cases, those numbers are well outdated. As of hours ago, the U.S. is over 80 cases. And more importantly, the U.S. also now at 2 deaths. And the numbers are unfortunately not improving with every passing day. It shouldn't really surprise us, though, that a guy who can't understand how wind works would be this confused about COVID-19. Remember when Trump said the following?
An economy based on wind. I never understood wind. I know windmills very much. I've studied it better than anybody. I know it's very expensive. They're made in China and Germany mostly. Very few made here, almost none. But they're manufactured tremendous, if you're into this, tremendous fumes, gases are spewing into the atmosphere. You know, we have a world, right? So the world is tiny compared to the universe. So tremendous amount of fumes and everything. You talk about the carbon footprint. Fumes are spewing into the air, right? Spewing. Whether it's in China, Germany, it's going into the air. It's our air, their air, everything, right?
A brutal, relentless attack on wind and windmills, only one step removed from literally yelling at clouds by the president of the United States. So this is a micro Trump story. Trump identifies the first victim as a wonderful woman when it was actually a man. But as usual with Trump, the micro is emblematic. It's a microcosm of the macro. And in this case, the macro is that we have a guy who just has no idea what's going at all, period, with regard to the virus. And I actually have been weirdly conditioned by the Trump administration from their constant lies in such a way that I was sort of calm about the virus until Trump said there's nothing to worry about. Now I'm stocking up on anything that is even mentioned as possibly being useful to have, ranging from zinc lozenges to hand sanitizer and who knows what else. It reminded me of when Trump says he has total confidence in some staffer, and then 48 hours later, the staffer's been fired. When Trump says everything's fine, we have nothing to worry about, and Democrats are overblowing this, that's when I start to get worried. And I'm sort of exaggerating, but in a sense, it is true that when Trump says everything's fine and it's people trying to hurt me politically that are telling you otherwise, that actually is a red flag that we need to go and look into exactly what it is that's going on. I have for you today some of the most disgusting allegations that we have heard made by Donald Trump and his family against Democrats. Donald Trump Jr. was interviewed on Fox News from the site of CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, over the weekend. He was asked what he thinks of the response to COVID-19 from Democrats. Now, understand that this framing in and of itself is laughable because Donald Trump is president of the United States. Donald Trump disbanded the pandemic response team. Donald Trump got funding cut to the CDC. And Donald Trump has attacked actual medical experts for giving their fact-based view about COVID-19. So why does it matter what Don Jr. thinks about the response from Democrats? It's Donald Trump who's in charge here. But okay, Fox decides to ask Don Jr. about the response from Democrats to COVID-19. And Don Jr. says Democrats seemingly want hundreds of millions of people to die in order to prove a political point and to have material with which they can attack the president of the United States. Take a look at the video.
Are you surprised the way they've been handling the coronavirus situation, meaning Democrats?
Not at all. I mean, we've seen, like you said, we've seen this play out for 4 years. Anything that they can use to try to hurt Trump, they will. Anything he does in a positive sense, like you heard from the reporter that was just suspended from ABC, they will not give him credit for. The playbook is old at this point. But for them to try to take a pandemic and seemingly hope that it comes here and kills millions of people so that they could end Donald Trump's streak of winning is a new level of sickness. You know, I don't know if this is coronavirus or Trump derangement syndrome, but these people are infected badly. To run that in the New York Times, this isn't Vox. This isn't one of these, crazy left-wing journalists. This is the New York Times writing this with seriousness. It's truly sick.
You know, Don Jr. is rhetorically skilled. He's a quick thinker. He's a fast debater. He's not right on the facts, of course, but he's eloquent and articulate. He happens to be playing for the wrong team. And it's really a disappointment that someone with Junior's rhetorical skills on their side is arguing for absolutely horrible things and is not on the side of logic and reason, because Don Jr. is more than capable of being just as effective for the left as he is for Trump. The Trump family was lifelong Democrats until Trump decided he was going to be a Republican. And Don Jr., with the facts on his side, on our side, could actually be a really effective advocate for good policy. Instead, he is using his rhetorical skills to spread some of the most disgusting types of allegations out there, which are regularly used by the right, which is to accuse the left of wanting the country to fail in order to score political points and defeat Donald Trump. We've seen this with the stock market. People saying the left wants a stock market crash. The left wants unemployment to go up just so they can blame it on Trump. I'm often accused of taking joy and gleefully reporting to you stock market downturns. No, this could not be further from the truth. As many of you know, I have been invested in mutual funds for more than 15 years at this point. When I lose 10% in 4 days, even if you say, well, David, you're only saying it out of self-interest, whatever the reason, I do not want the stock market to fall. I do not want the economy to fail. I don't know any serious people on the left who do. And then even more disgusting than saying the left wants the economy to fail is the left wants people to die, never mind hundreds of millions of people, in a pandemic as a result of poor preparedness by the United States, headed by Donald Trump, merely so that we can say we've got to vote Trump out. Now, Fox News contributes to the propaganda. Fox could say, hey, Don Jr., if Democrats want millions of people to die just to hurt your dad, why are Democrats asking for more money for virus response than Trump is willing to give or ask for? So we need to take control of this. We can't allow them to spin it as the left is overstating the risk from the virus merely to hurt Trump, because it's as disgusting as it is untrue. And unfortunately, starting to get oxygen. Yesterday on the Sunday shows, Mike Pence refused to deny that Democrats want people to die. And then, of course, there are people going even further, suggesting that the virus is either, a bioweapon, something created in a lab, and really getting out there with dangerous disinformation. We're actually seeing the virus crisis expose all of Donald Trump's weaknesses at the same time. Judd Legum posted on Twitter that we are seeing through the virus response Trump's incompetence, Trump's rejection of scientific facts, Trump's distrust of expertise, Trump not being interested in thinking long term, Trump embracing conspiracy theories, Trump's paranoia and inability to learn from his mistakes. It's everything in the story at once. And Donald Trump is doing almost everything wrong, while his propagandists, including his own kid, are spreading disgusting, baseless conspiracies such as Dems want millions of people to die in order to hurt Donald Trump. There was a time when politics was very partisan and ugly, but when it came to life and death issues like a pandemic, you didn't see this garbage. One party being accused by another of wanting millions of people to die in order to score political points. Times have changed, and that is unfortunately where we are today. Let me give you maybe one sort of good story, a possible good story related to COVID-19 in a sea of really, really bad news. Israeli researchers have developed an effective vaccine against what's called IBV. That's a version of the virus that affects poultry, okay? It's not the virus that affects humans. And the idea is that they may be able to, in as little as 90 days, successfully turn that vaccine into one that can be used to inoculate humans from COVID-19. And understand that the timeline for the creation of a vaccine for this virus has been put at anywhere from, optimistically 8 or 9 more months, all the way up to a year and a half or even 2 years before it's available to people. The idea here is that Israeli researchers can take the 4 years of research they've done for this other vaccine, IBV, which affects poultry. They say they've been able to genetically adjust it, adapt it to a vaccine that would deal with the human strain, COVID-19. They're moving very quickly to go to safety approvals and preclinical testing. They believe that they could conceivably have this available to people 90 days from now, which would be a very important turn of events. This is being done at the Galilee Research Institute in Israel. The CEO says they understand the global need for this vaccination. They say they want something like, they are looking for safety approval within 90 days, that this will be an oral vaccine, which makes it more accessible to the general public by virtue of not having to be injected, as many vaccines have to be. And this would potentially be a game changer. We are soon going to be at 100,000 cases. The vaccines previously were thought to take anywhere from 9 to 24 months. This changes nothing else. This doesn't change anything about Trump handling this terribly. This doesn't change anything about Mike Pence being in charge, who's clueless. All of that remains. But a vaccine within 90 days would be a very auspicious turn of events from that 9 to 24 month timeline. So far, only 6 or 7 cases in Israel. The real centers of outbreak, of course, are China, South Korea, Italy, Iran having issues, Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, the United States still under 100 cases, but likely soon to reach it. Now, in looking at that list, Iran is dealing with a pretty significant outbreak. They don't acknowledge Israel's existence. I wonder if they would use the vaccine if developed by a country that they don't acknowledge the existence of. I don't know what the answer is to that, but obviously I want them to. I want everyone, if a vaccine is made available, to take advantage of it. And 90 days, the most optimistic timeline so far. I'll keep following it and we'll let you know if it seems like this will become a reality.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Last week, after Bernie Sanders won the Nevada caucus, MSNBC host Chris Matthews said Bernie winning is like when the Nazis invaded France. Now, remember that Bernie Sanders happens to be a Jewish man, and Chris Matthews said that Bernie winning Nevada is like the Nazis invading France. CNN had a commentary from a guy named Michael Smerconish, which equated Bernie's campaign to coronavirus with the headlines, "Can either coronavirus or Bernie Sanders be stopped?" CNN is obviously getting crushed for this. Michael Smerconish also during his show allowed a Tea Party clown to say Bernie's a communist without even the slightest pushback whatsoever. And you can make the case that the idea of comparing Bernie to a virus is extra disgusting given the anti-Semitic trope from the 20th century of World War II, of Jews as a diseased, dirty people that have to be wiped out to cleanse society. And then Smerconish says, can either the deadly virus or Bernie be stopped? It's shameful. It's disgusting. And this is mostly everywhere now. And it's not at all about whether you like Bernie or you like his policies. This is just blatant insanity that we are seeing. If this was constantly happening to other candidates, we could say it's merely bad coverage and incompetent coverage, period. But it keeps happening to Bernie. When Andrew Yang was running, okay, he was called John Yang once. I think it was on MSNBC. They left him off of some polls. But to the dismay of the Yang gangers, Yang had no shot, right? It was not a constant thing with Yang either, the way that the Bernie stuff has been. Maybe there's something here inherent to 24-hour news channels. I mean, I'm thinking out loud, but when things are so heated up, you've got a crashing stock market, coronavirus, a Democratic primary, a president who daily says outrageous things. Maybe this is just not a well-suited reality to 24-hour news, and it's not possible to do 24 hours of news responsibly. I've regularly questioned whether 24 hours of news is even something that's good for society. I don't believe that it is, and I don't want to take responsibility away from CNN or MSNBC for what they put out by saying this, but it's an opportunity to really question. We just assume, oh yeah, there's 24-hour news channels and that's normal. 24-hour news likely doesn't lend itself to careful, thoughtful news work that is putting together the most important commentaries and analyses for us. It seems to really do quite the opposite. And CNN's headline there, can either the virus or Bernie be stopped? Emblematic, a microcosm of the problems that we are seeing constantly on the 24-hour news channels, but more acutely that have been weaponized against Bernie Sanders during the 2020 Democratic primary. And I hope that when I say that, even the people in my audience who don't support Bernie see this and recognize it for what it is. You don't see this with Joe Biden. You don't see this with Elizabeth Warren. You didn't see it with Pete Buttigieg when he was running. You just don't see it with anybody other than Bernie in this way and to this degree and with this frequency as well. If I'm wrong about that, let me know. I'm more than glad to revise my view. I have a video for you today of MSNBC host Chris Matthews getting his black guys confused. And the video is so cringeworthy that I'm going to recommend you get the kids out of the room. Chris Matthews is now again being asked to resign. He last week equated Bernie Sanders' win in Nevada to a Nazi invasion of France. He now has embarrassingly mixed up prominent black politicians on live television. Check this out. In South Carolina, there are two Republican senators. There are Lindsey Graham, who is white, and Tim Scott, who is black. There is a second black candidate named Jamie Harrison. We've been talking about him. He's challenging Lindsey Graham. He's an establishment centrist type Democrat, very involved with the South Carolina Democratic Party, but he would be way better than Lindsey Graham. And Chris Matthews was set up to interview Jamie Harrison. MSNBC put up a video on the screen of Lindsey Graham standing next to Tim Scott. And Chris Matthews thought that it was Jamie Harrison standing next to Lindsey Graham. It gets very awkward. You'll hear other people on the set in the background very quickly and repeatedly saying, Tim Scott, Tim Scott, Tim Scott, trying to avert disaster for Chris Matthews. It's really bad. Let's take a look.
Democrats.
Jamie, I see you standing next to the guy you're going to beat right there, maybe. Lindsey Graham.
Tim Scott. Tim Scott.
Jamie?
Tim Scott.
Who's that?
That's Tim Scott.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's the other senator, Tim Scott. What am I saying? Big mistake. Mistaken identity, sir. Sorry. Tell me how you're going to beat Lindsey. Everybody knows Lindsey.
The crazy thing is that the video of Tim Scott and Lindsey Graham is live video from a rally happening right then and there. I don't know how Chris Matthews thought that the person he was about to interview, Jamie Harrison, was live at a rally with Lindsey Graham at the same time. Like, every aspect of it is weird and confusing. And it has been a very bad week for Chris Matthews. First, he said that Jewish candidate Bernie Sanders winning Nevada was like Nazis invading France. Then he put out this mealy-mouthed apology that felt relatively insincere. Then he gets two black politicians confused live on air. And then on top of all of this, most recently, he's now been accused of sexual harassment by GQ columnist Laura Bassett, who says that when they were getting makeup next to each other back in 2016, Chris Matthews looked over and said, "Why haven't I fallen in love with you yet?" She laughed nervously and said nothing. And then Chris Matthews said to the makeup artist, "Keep putting makeup on her. I'll fall in love with her." Bassett also says that another time Matthews stood between her and a mirror and complimented her red dress, asking, "Are you going out tonight?" When she said she didn't know, he said to the makeup artist, "Make sure you wipe this off her face after the show. We don't make her up so some guy in a bar can look at her like this." It's not going well for Chris Matthews. Once again, a new round of calls for his resignation with, in 7 days, two different situations that are leading to people calling for his resignation. My question to you, does Chris Matthews survive this at MSNBC? And quite frankly, does anybody care? I would ask you for the answers to both of those questions. Let me know. We have a voicemail number. That number is 2192-DAVID-P. Here is a voicemail from someone who seems to have a misinformed right-wing friend. Let me put it that way.
Hi, David. Garrett here. I love the show. Keep up the great work. Anyways, a Republican friend of mine said that Trump is leading the polls 40 points ahead of any Democratic candidate. Is this true? Also, do you think it's a realistic possibility that Democrats may lose the House in November? Should we be concerned about that? Thanks.
So on the second question first, Democrats are widely expected to maintain their control of the House of Representatives in 2020. If that changes, we will have new forecasting for you. No, Donald Trump is not leading every Democratic candidate by 40 points. In fact, he's losing to every Democratic candidate. He's losing by the largest margin to Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. But Michael Bloomberg, I believe, is also leading Trump in hypothetical 2020 matchups. What I will say is I question how much those hypothetical polls are worth right now. But your friend is wrong either way. There is no factual basis that would suggest Trump is leading anybody by 40 points or even 4 points in national hypothetical matchups. Where it starts to get dicey and we have to look more at the details. And this is why blanket saying anybody beats Trump in November or simply saying only my candidate beats Trump in November. The reality is that November is likely to come down to some key states. And when you look at some of those key states, including states like Wisconsin, for example, in hypothetical head-to-head matchups between Trump and the people vying to be the 2020 Democratic presidential nominees, those numbers look okay for Trump. And when you step back and say, well, we saw in 2016 that Trump can lose the national popular vote by 3, but still win the Electoral College, that's when you have to start and think, maybe it doesn't matter that Trump's losing to Bernie and Biden by 4, because if it tightens to just 3, that could be accurate. And yet, if Trump does okay in Wisconsin, whatever those other key states are, Trump can still be reelected. And that's why I don't know how much we should be necessarily talking about and thinking about the race in the context of those hypothetical matchup polls. I actually tweeted last night, I don't believe, a lot of people regularly tweet me. They say, David, only X can beat Donald Trump in the fall. Bernie supporters will say only Bernie can beat Trump. Some Biden supporters will say only Biden can beat Trump. Yang supporters still say Yang shouldn't have dropped out because only Yang can beat Trump. Tulsi supporters will say Tulsi must stay in because only Tulsi can beat Trump. I don't think that's true about any of the candidates. I believe this election is fundamentally going to come down to, does the Democratic nomination process do self-inflicted damage? For example, a very ugly convention, candidates attacking each other in ways that will lead to depressed turnout in November. That is question one that will determine the outcome in November. Number two, what is the perception of the economy? Notice that I don't say what is the actual state of the economy. Perception is all that matters. Is the economy perceived to be doing well? It is very difficult historically. This is just the facts. It's very difficult historically to knock out an incumbent president running for re-election when the economy is perceived to be doing well. If the stock market is up and unemployment is down, that is perceived to be a pretty good economy, even if for a lot of people, stagnant wages, underemployment, we know, I'm not arguing, I'm saying the perception is what matters. I think that is fundamentally what will determine the results of November. If Democrats don't self-inflict damage in getting to a nominee, it is going to be about who chooses to go out and vote, what is the turnout, and what is the perception of the economy at the time. Tell me I'm wrong. I would love to hear from you. On the bonus show today, New Yorkers are dealing with day one of the statewide plastic bag ban. We have a new image of Earth's new mini moon, not mini Mike, mini moon. And two women in Boston have been charged after police say they attacked a woman and her daughter because they overheard them speaking Spanish. Very ugly stuff from here in the city of Boston. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Don't miss it. Become a member or a patron to get instant access.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Call us to order at 6:02. If you guys want to start signing warrants if we're ready. So first thing is approval of minutes for January 29th, February 3rd, and February 11th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
I
and then
move
we
we
can
approve
discuss
the minutes from February 3rd and February 11th.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Any comments, questions, critiques? Or does David get 3 gold stars?
David gets 3 gold stars in my book. He's been so thoughtful doing the minutes.
I'm a minimalist.
Okay.
Unless there are directions that have to be further detailed.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of passing the minutes of January 29th, February 3rd, and February 11th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Next up, warrants and payrolls. Would someone like to move the warrants and payrolls?
Still trying to pull them up, Carrie.
I
can move them if you want to hand them
You
over
want my
to me.
hard
Just pull
copy?
up my agenda. I move we approve the warrants of February 5th, the amount of $441,676.80. The warrants of February 19th, the amount of $702,355,98. The payrolls of January 31st in the amount of $377,992.38. And the payrolls from February 14th in the amount of $455,491.99.
Is there a second? All right. Any questions? The nice thing about meeting so often is we actually don't have the 4 pages of warrants, so I will appreciate that. All right. All those in favor of passing the payroll and warrants as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Next up, we're going to go into executive session.
Okay. This is a contract. I don't have the numbers for contracts. I don't have this up yet, but one of the.
Yeah.
I'm moving. Oh, you got it, Ann?
Under executive
Madam
session.
Chair,
Oh.
before you go into executive session, will these people be allowed or not?
No, but I think we're going to do it.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess they were there with me today.
Okay.
Did they give you any feedback?
They said they were all charmed by you.
I don't need that, but I mean.
I took that as good feedback.
Is the executive session about, isn't the executive session about a contract?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not necessarily about the superintendent search.
No, that'll be done out here.
Yeah.
So
Right.
If Dawn isn't coming into this, is he?
No, I would invite Dawn in.
To the okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he has to tell us what his terms are.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, that
I
kind
was
of
thinking it was the
That
other
kind of
contract.
contract.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we're not even doing that here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we can just do that offline. Gotcha, okay. Wrong contractual matters. So many executive sessions to manage. Okay.
I move that we enter executive session under 1 VSA 313A1A to discuss contracts.
And that we invite Dawn in. All right.
And should we leave?
No, well, can we go in there?
We can go in there.
Those are better chairs.
Is it possible before you go for us to share our impressions of that meeting? Would that be appropriate?
Yeah.
Then you don't have
Okay.
to stick around?
Well, I think, is that something you were hoping would happen?
Fine.
That we would share our impressions?
Yeah, I told groups if they want to catch Carrie or board members, if
Okay.
they had any thoughts, brief ones.
This
But
would be
Yeah.
a good way to do
So
it.
yeah, we'll just do.
Yeah.
We'll suspend that.
We'll suspend executive session for a moment and see if you guys want to give us feedback.
Sure.
And I don't mind leaving either.
No, you can stay. I mean, I can speak on my part, and I think my impression from the people that were all there, I think everyone was very comforted by the solid, clear plan that Don shared with us for moving forward, and I think we felt very honored in the fact that Don came and really genuinely wanted to know who we were, what our values are, and what we're looking for in a leader. So my impression was the entire room felt very comforted by the potential for having Don lead this process.
That's happened at least 3 times today.
Well said.
Can they give their names?
Oh, Deb Harding, Curriculum Coordinator. Sorry.
Shelley Wilson, Assistant Special Education Director.
Mary Ross, Vernon Elementary School Principal.
Anything else you guys want to add? Or
Just that I appreciate, in addition to the folks that were in the room, the way that Don spoke about the importance of input from all of the stakeholders, both under our roofs and in the community. He seems to have an interest in really hearing from the folks that I think need to be heard from in order to, move forward as best as we can.
I have a question.
To have everyone come out with good impressions is a reflection upon a person of sterling character and good quality and training, I would say. So that's all I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, and I believe our community would. I think it was a good representation for how our community would feel working with Don as well. Building trust and that kind of.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go into executive session.
Do we want to?
Oh, do we vote to go into executive
I think
session?
we were at it, but I don't think we voted. Did we vote?
All those in favor of moving into executive session, as noted? Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in executive session. All right. We're back from executive session with no action taken. Christina, would you like to make a motion?
I move that we hire Don Collins to perform the superintendent search at amount not to exceed $9,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Now,
I'm excited.
yay!
This group here, they energize me. I think I'm going to apply for the job. That'd be a conflict of interest, right?
We'll figure this out. I rescind my motion.
So I guess I would say now, what are our next steps? You can give us assignments, you can tell us what to do, you can tell us where to go.
We really need to be aggressive in our getting the word out that the search is on and that we want people from just about all walks of life. We want parents. We're going to look at the possibility of students somewhere along the way, possibility. Certainly, I think that can happen. We want people in the community who are not necessarily parents. Maybe they are at one time, but they don't have children in the school. We want to make certain that we are welcoming people from diverse backgrounds. And then we want certainly representation from the teachers. And I would say, in my discussion today, a real key part in building a team is to hear from the administrators and have representatives. So you're going to have administrators, you're going to have teachers, you're going to have support staff, which means if you are in maintenance or in food service or a paraeducator, you are going to have a voice there. But there has to be a process. And the process that I've described is people can contact the office if they're in the community, because we want to move on this the next week or so. The administrators, I think, are already going to meet and put forward names, not all 26, but they'll tell me who they think would be representing them well, and they'll be on. If they choose them, they'll be on. We have to decide 2 and 2 on the different committees, or 3 and 3 or whatever. And the teachers are going to work on that. The Teachers Association was here earlier today. They're going to get the word out to their members. Because I've said if you don't choose people, then I'll choose people, probably using a lottery, and you probably won't be happy. So I think that they are going to do well. I think we need to find out in the support staff how we can get the word out to those groups. And the challenge for you as a board is to get the word out so that people from diverse backgrounds and who have children in the school, I think it's important that for that group, they have children in the school, that you put forth your name. And if we get multiple people, then we'll have to go through a process, probably pulling a name out of a hat, but we need to hear from people.
So if I were to send an email, possibly later tonight, to all the principals, sort of outlining this, saying, we need you to get access to parents, support staff, teachers, or I guess teachers is
I think the teachers are covered.
Okay, so that we're looking for you to announce in any way possible to parents and your support staff that if they are interested in serving on one of these two committees.
And I would just say the
please-
search committee, because it
Yeah.
gets pretty complex when you start
Okay.
trying to break it down.
So if we just say search committee.
Search committee.
Okay.
And then I can explain the rationale.
So I could do that tonight, and that would hopefully give principals an opportunity tomorrow to possibly get something out. And I know we don't have school Monday and Tuesday.
Right.
And I guess we're saying as soon as possible, get back to us. And I guess I can have them either contact Barb, I can have them contact me, I don't know what's the best.
I would have it go into the central
Go into the
office.
central, okay,
I
so
would have
we
it go
can,
to central
I
office.
can see
Nothing
if.
against you.
Yeah,
but,
thank
it goes
you.
there.
But no, I can see if Barb can be the
one.
The one.
Yeah,
to
all she has to do
release.
is collect them,
Okay,
and I'll be in touch.
okay.
And I think we need to let people know that we're gonna move quickly to get this thing rolling.
So I guess my next question would be time frame. So right now the ad is up,
Well, can we, before we do that,
Yep.
can we do the distribution beyond the principals?
distribution beyond the principal. Oh, okay, sorry.
Because Barb has a network of media that she contacts.
Okay.
We have the school district has a communications council that has added others' sites.
Okay.
Web pages, well, all the school web pages, obviously.
The more places, the better.
Web pages, Facebook pages, front porch
Jamie
porch
Courtois
forums.
and Tim Morris are doing a lot of the communications,
Mhm.
so maybe you could CC them on anything you communicate.
And say, please.
And we could.
And Barb too.
And we could vote to give them the authority just to do it, so we don't have to run back
Yeah.
and forth,
And
because
forth,
they're
okay.
They'll just get it out tomorrow.
Okay,
between the two of them, it comes out really good, and I
Okay.
think rather than
okay,
delay, because we won't meet till next week.
They'll
we
just
can-
send them the same letter.
So we
okay.
could authorize the WSSD Communications Council. I move that we authorize the WSESD Communications, I move that we authorize the WSESD Communications Council to disseminate
Search committee.
to publicize search committee
Applications?
applicant
Application?
applicant requests.
To what? Publish, did you say? No.
To
Disseminate.
publicize, that's what they do.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Superintendent search committee member applicant requests. We know it, that's clear enough, it's not my
yeah.
best motion,
But-
but I'm tired.
Did we talk about a deadline to make those applications?
We talked about Thursday when we met, but
Yeah, I think that's
Monday
good.
and Tuesday are not
Yeah.
days.
So we're thinking next Thursday?
Next
Is
Thursday.
when we're looking
At
to
the end
have,
of the
okay.
work day, if she works till 4 or 4:30 or
Okay.
whatever, get them in there.
Is there a second to Christina's motion?
Second.
All right, any discussion on Christina's motion? So basically, I will send the information to the principals. I will keep it just to search committee, and that we are looking for parents, parents and support staff, just those two groups. And then I will broaden it slightly as far as taxpayers, community members, and get that information to Jamie and Tim. That's basically what we're saying is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the response will be probably to Barb.
And the response will be to Barb.
Do you have town meetings in any of your schools?
do.
We do.
Because town meeting day, if you had a nice little poster.
So I can do it at Vernon's town meeting, but there, Brattleboro, oh. Wait, when
Dummerston
is your
does.
Dummerston, I'm gonna be at Dummerston, so I was figuring I would mention.
Okay,
Although it's not school town meeting anymore, so,
Right.
but that's better for
Right.
getting community
and
members.
does
Anyway,
Guilford have, because I'll send it to you guys as well, if there's something you guys can read at town meetings.
I will not be at town meeting, so please send it to Tim for Putney.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. And then Brattleboro isn't until much later, so,
Right, the communications council is all Putney people. so
okay, so
They'll have it.
they'll have it,
But
they'll
we
have
don't,
that covered,
we're
okay.
next week.
But then if we can get it into the press,
And the people here, I know you're sending out, but you know people who would be willing to make the time commitment. That's gonna be the big thing. It's not gonna, it probably is, neither group's gonna have to give up more than 5 hours, I don't think, I would hope not.
okay.
But,
And it's
yeah.
sort of a one, at least for the
The
first
initial one is gonna be one. We're
one
gonna sit in a
day.
room, something like this, and everybody's gonna read, and we're gonna talk, and we're gonna come out with the people that are gonna get an interview.
Okay, so Thursday, March 5th is our deadline.
I plan to, if all goes well, come here probably March 6th,
Okay,
because the applications will be in, and by
Yep.
then, if we know who the committee members are, then we can get serious
Okay.
Let's set a date for the review of the application.
Yeah, and everything.
Okay.
And people might want to know, the guy you hired is a little nuts, so don't be surprised if there's a quick
Well,
turnaround.
they've got to deal with all us, so.
There'll be.
I don't know, we may not be able to turn it around as quickly as I want, but we're gonna turn it around quickly.
Okay. Great. All right, any other questions on the motion before we vote on that? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, so we've got that under our belt. What else do we have? That'll get us up to.
We should probably include the time commitment in the press release so people know.
I was gonna say, like,
What else
yeah.
needs to go in there?
That doesn't need to be in the motion, but I think that would be just thoughtful and a time frame of when it's happening, because if you know you're gonna be away on vacation, and it'll just save some calls perhaps for
And
our.
yeah, so I would be thinking that we're talking about the week, could we be talking about, I mean, I know we might not be able to pick a day, but if we said it would probably be a day during the week of March 9th, or that's when you might be gone.
I may be in New York City, but let's tell them that it'll occur we plan within 10 days, because we've got to reach out to, after we get through once we tell people they're going to be interviewed, we have to be respectful of their schedules too. So it may take a while, so tell them they should expect within 10 days after their appointment that they're going to be asked to come in.
And spend a day.
Yeah.
And you're away the week of the 9th.
I am in New York City. I have a VSBA meeting, which I do not want to miss on the 11th, and then I leave at 6 o'clock the next morning for New York City.
Okay, so
we
let's
might
just
have
say
to
the
work
week of the
something out.
16th.
We'll know from the 6th. It's just that we'll know on the 6th.
Okay.
We'll know. So
Okay.
tell them after we meet on the 6th, the applications are due on the 5th, and we're going to select by the 6th. We'll hopefully can notify people who's going to be on it, and at that time we'll try to give them a timeline.
Okay. So they'll have the timeline on the
Great.
6th, so that will hopefully give them some time to clear
I
the
think
schedule.
I said this to the administrative group, but I feel if we tell people you are a candidate to be interviewed, most people will stay with the process.
Okay.
But people need to hear. Applications close. The mentality sometimes, well, applications closed 4 days ago and I haven't heard anything. So that's why we need to make sure we get it.
Okay.
To get people to know.
Okay.
We will.
So, and the date on the ad was the 5th?
Was the 5th.
So the applications for the job and to be on the steering committee.
And on the 5th.
Just happens to happen at the same time.
No,
That's
that
good.
couldn't be better coordinated, even if we
Okay.
tried.
We did try. We worked really hard on that. Okay, what else are we?
One of the things, and maybe we can do this tomorrow, but I took some good notes, I think, good notes, to me they are, from what people were saying today. And there really was some congruence between what the teachers who came said and what the administrators said. I think the administrators probably, because they interact with the superintendent on a very regular basis, had a little more specificity. But I think that the message came through about communication stuff. So I just think that that will be important to make sure that I get something to you as we get closer to the actual board interviews.
Okay.
The other thing is, David should give everybody a copy of 1 or 2 pages, David.
Yeah.
We don't need to agree to them tonight,
They've
although.
everybody got it via email. But we
Okay.
haven't-
Did
we
Ann
haven't-
get it?
Yeah, I gave it to her last night.
Because I'll continue to be working with all the board, but I certainly work more with Kerry and I keep you informed. But this gets us thinking on how you're going to do your interviews.
Okay.
This is how you're going to do your interviews. We'll listen to you, Christina. I will, Ellen.
Before I forget, I'd like to make a motion that we have a little funding and have some refreshments for people that are gonna spend 5 hours here, like a lunch or whatever.
Yes, okay, okay. Up to, what do you think?
I think you've got money in your budget. No, I mean in the money you approved tonight.
So let's,
Oh.
we have the emergency fund that we authorized, we have the.
No, you have one. The SU
We
doesn't
didn't do
have
it
one.
yet? We
No.
didn't give you a discretionary fund?
No, I think you did that at the SD. This is where we get confused as to who.
So I move that the board authorizes up to $1,000 of discretionary spending for the board chair for unanticipated expenses in the superintendent search.
And didn't you have something too where like the board chair has to call the vice chair?
The board chair with the approval of the vice chair, that was my idea, yes.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
Yep. And that way we don't have to meet if.
Right, if there's a.
Oh, we have another lunch that we have to provide, so.
Okay, okay.
And I
All
think
right.
Anna seconded that, she has her
She
voice
did?
back today.
All right. Do you have that one?
No, but I will before we go home.
Oh, okay. Oh, while people are here.
Well, it might take you a long time
Did
to
you
work
move
on
it?
that. I moved it, Ken seconded
And what
it.
was it again?
The board authorizes the board chair upon consult and to work with the vice chair to expend up to $1,000 for unanticipated expenses in the superintendent search.
Up to 1,000.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed or abstentions? Okay. Do we want to go over these questions you're thinking, or?
I don't think there's a
Okay.
need tonight. I just wanted to make sure all the board saw them and was on board at some point.
Okay, because we will be discussing these at some,
Yeah.
okay.
And I looked at them and I think they're good. I have one little suggestion and I know that, but I think all the boards, so that when we get there, somebody doesn't say, where did this come from?
Okay.
And people may want to add something. I mean, it's fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, and just for background, the questions are pretty much based on the questions and the responses that were identified as important issues by the survey, which is why we did the survey. And there's a rubric for reviewing the applications that's just edited to reflect the supervisory union rather than the town of Brattleboro, and it was used for hiring a human resources person. It's just basically about
What my plan would be when that
experience and
first committee
skills.
meets and we have those applications, everybody has a copy of that.
Yeah.
And before we look at any application, we're going to go through there. And if somebody says, gee, nobody thought of this, what do you think? I'll say, yeah, it looks good, or no, we're not going to do that. But I think that. But I just, we can talk about being transparent and inclusive, but actions mean more than words.
All right, so we should all be reviewing this, so we're ready.
Give your feedback actually to Carrie and David.
Okay,
And
that sounds good.
When did you send that, David? I get a lot of emails from you, ones that you're referred to on.
I don't recall.
I feel like it had draft in the.
It was on the 18th.
18th, thank you. Okay, well, yeah, there's about 40 emails between now and then, so.
I appreciated that everything said draft, because, draft eventually becomes a document, but along the way it gives people input.
And the intention is that it's for input, and it's for development, not this is.
It's good,
what's gonna
it's
happen.
good, but,
What else do we need to, so our next step is we'll see you again next Friday, or we'll probably see you tomorrow.
But you'll see me next Friday.
We'll see you next Friday. Is that a meeting we should warn? Is that just you coming to
Let
town?
me
Is
see
that?
what kind of progress we make and what my schedule is.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And because if you need us all, or if it's just
Yeah.
you and
No,
me hanging out in central
I would
office?
say that probably I'll let you know, and then we can decide who wants to come.
Okay.
Many times on this level, I make it optional.
Mm-hmm.
You've hired me and you've said, get to work, but it doesn't mean I want to lock anybody out. or
Okay.
anything. But I would say that, and, once I know who the committee members are, I mean, if on Wednesday we know who the committee members are, then I may shoot them an email or a call. I may not either with my schedule, but, again, I want to make sure people understand that we really want them involved.
Okay.
But, and I'm thinking next Friday, possibly, we'll know the candidates, we'll know the committee. I may try to see how soon after that we can have our first meeting.
Okay.
If it worked out that we could do it on the 9th, I mean, but we'll see.
Okay. But, all right,
I think I
we'll
have
be
a
in
board
touch.
meeting in there somewhere myself, too.
Other questions?
I'm just gonna suggest that you just warn that meeting on the 4th in the event that a quorum shows up.
Okay,
And
then that way it's, okay.
Yeah,
That way there's
we
no
don't-
question,
yeah.
and-
We're available. for
Okay.
everybody.
That way we
Okay.
don't have to figure out who leaves.
We all take turns leaving. Okay. Okay, no, not a problem. I'll get with Barb. Anything else we need to do?
No, I think that we're ready to go.
Yeah.
You have good feedback. I'm not nervous about it, but I am concerned that we do a thorough job of getting the word out to the support staff.
Okay.
I think we're going to do the community. I think we've talked, and I think we know that we need to get out to people that have children here and who have maybe feel that they haven't always been heard. But, you know, I've seen in schools where the custodial maintenance staff and the paraeducators and the others feel that they're left out. They're going to have as many seats at the table in ratios as some of the others. I mean, it's not just going to be a token for those people. I think they probably be at least probably two on each committee.
Okay.
And I like two because sometimes it's hard if you're the only one from the domain. But I want to make certain they know that sincerely we want their input.
The other thing is I'll make sure to include, and maybe this is, I don't want to exclude elementary school kids, but I feel like the students should probably be high school.
Yeah.
So I feel like maybe that's where I can get with Steve and say, can you start thinking about which kids? And you've got some great student council reps who show up at your meetings.
I think that's where we should go.
I think that's where we should go then.
Yeah.
They are so impressive. You will take the job here when you sit down student council.
Yeah, we
You will
talked
be
about
like-
going to the community for them to choose, you know, their people and the administrators and the teachers, and go to the students. And have them-
One thing that Carrie, we need to be careful about, as much as I want the support staff to know, is that they're going to get maybe four people.
Okay.
In the whole district. I mean, if all of a sudden everybody gives me a call with 2 or 3 people, there are going to be some hard feelings. So.
Okay.
Anybody that's interested, put their name in, and 4 people will.
And 4 people will be chosen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
the
make another suggestion also that we're careful that different communities are like, it becomes an interesting paradigm that if all the teachers are from, I'll just if all the teachers are from Domerston and all the support staffers from Domerston, all the parents are from Domerston, that's going to be not so good. And we have very distinct communities, so you know, especially for community members, that there's not 2 from one community probably, so that we get representation from the different communities and their perspectives as well as.
Is that something you keep an eye on?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. You know, the thing is, first thing I'm going to look at, to be honest with you, who are the administrators? I think the administrators are going to choose their people. I don't think they're going to let me do a lottery, which is good. Once we know the administrators, then if we get more people, I don't know. I have the feeling the association is just going to pick people. I don't know how those are going to melt, but we'll make all that work. But then we need to start looking at the other people. I mean, let's take the Domerston School, if they already have 4 people on a committee, or 3 or 4 people, their maintenance person or their custodian is probably not going to come.
Okay. Okay, so that you'll be keeping an eye out for,
balance.
Okay, balance, I like that.
The middle school might be able to pack it, but nobody else.
Just a question for clarity. 1, how are the teachers being?
I met today with the teachers, and 5 people showed up, and I got a sense that they represent the association. So I handed it back to them and said, you people need to talk with the teachers in the district, and anybody who wants to apply can apply, and if it's more people apply than there are slots, then we'll do a lottery. But I think I told them they had like 5 or 6 slots. But if they have more and take it, because if they give it to me, they take it out of their own hands. If they send the name of 8 people, then they can't. I did tell them that, you know, if they wanted to have an alternate, but I also told them that, you know, the people that are coming shouldn't all be from, say, the high school, or all from the elementary school. Look at it. I don't know. I believe people have been thinking about it. So, no. One thing I did tell them, and I think I told you people too, I reserve the right to add a person. I reserve the right as the coordinator. If somebody looks marginal and there's some people like it, but no, it's always better to include them than to exclude them. It gets interesting. It gets interesting. The thing about it I have to be concerned about, I heard that there are 3 schools that are less than 200 students, right? Or about 200 or less, okay? They need to have a voice. Well, probably every school won't have a big voice, but every school has to have a voice. And then you got the high school and the middle school. We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
One second, just to make sure you guys are aware that the 6th is the leadership monthly team meeting, so if, just so that's on that day, and if you're
What time of day is it?
all day,
Where do you meet?
right here.
So there's no school on Thursday either? Oh,
No, it's
just leadership
the
team.
just the leadership team.
No principals on Thursday.
Hey, schools run without principals.
Yeah.
And my best days as principal when I had no teachers and few students.
Get a lot done.
I might come to that.
Yeah. That might not be a bad thing.
No, I don't think so.
Let's talk to Lyle.
I would probably come for lunch time and then stay over. But no, depends where I am the night before.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Just one, just thought, if there are internal candidates, we should be thoughtful about people that work for somebody, reviewing their resume and being on that team perhaps, if there's an internal candidate having the custodian of a principal.
Oh, interesting.
On that committee,
Okay.
that person not being chosen, or by that could be challenging, I think. So I don't know.
Tell me that again, Christina.
If there were a principal internally, I don't know if there is any, but
okay.
let's use Mary because she's here. So if the custodian was interviewing and then she didn't get put onto the final candidacy, that might be challenging for them. I mean, Mary's lovely, I don't think it would be an issue, but I could imagine some people would. I would feel if I was my boss, I would feel like I kind of had to had to stand up for them. I just would feel that, and so
Let's see if we get internal candidates.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we do, we will know that before we choose the people anyway.
Oh, that's true.
Because the timeline is,
Great. That's
We'll
why
have it
I'm
all,
saying I don't
okay.
know.
that was a stroke of genius that we had them both come at the same time.
Hey, and we planned that so well.
Good planning.
Good planning.
Someone's taking care of it.
Finally
somebody's taking care
Other
of it.
questions? All right, so I think I've got my marching orders, which are to get an email out tonight to building administrators.
You want me to-
And then, and then.
I'll read what all the things I have to do.
And there's more than that?
Well, I've been thinking about it all, but we haven't talked, we need to talk about, I think, a little more thoroughly about getting out. Like, if you send it to principals and say, please disseminate, do they automatically know to put that on their website, on their Facebook page, on the email lists that they may have for parents? And there may be some place in the building that they post things for parents all the time.
Okay,
So,
website,
and I don't know
Facebook, I
what
like
else-
that.
What else principals
Website,
have.
Facebook, postings, emails.
Every imaginable.
Okay, I like that, thank you. That is good. And then when I get it to Tim and Jamie, they just get to go crazy with it as soon as possible.
They know exactly what to do.
Right. And then we all deal with town meetings wherever possible. So there's the town meeting aspect.
I don't know their timeline, but I think it would be important in some way to get it into the Brattleboro Reformer.
We will.
Yeah.
Barb will
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why. When we started meeting as a merged board, people started talking about where we put out notices. And it's Facebook, and it's this, and it's that. And I said, you know what? People my age group, they don't ever look at Facebook. They still buy the old daily paper, even there's not much in it, but they've been reading it for 50, 60 years. So they get it. So we always throw something in there that's important, whether we have to pay or not, because we know in our communities, there are many people 65 to 90 years old, and they don't care what you put on TV, they don't care what you put on Facebook, and they don't tweet or any of that stuff. They pick up the daily paper, and if it's there.
And the paper is published on town meeting day as well.
That's good.
So,
excellent.
okay.
Do you want to send it to them too?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think if you send it to the communications.
Oh, yeah, they'll get it, they'll send it there. Yeah, they'll send it to comments, TSA. Right.
We have done some things this year, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
Thank
Which
God
is-
for Tim and
You're gonna
Jamie
get
here.
immune
Yeah.
from the kids bringing diseases.
Okay. Is there anything else for business tonight?
I don't remember what it is, so. It's gone.
It's gone.
Apparently I'm in that demographic of 65 and up because it's how I get my news. So I guess I can forget something in a senior moment since I'm 65 now.
Well, the only other thing I forgot is to welcome our newest SU member, Ann Beekman.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us. is there anything we can do to help you? I know you've had a whole 24 hours in which to
be a member of this.
to be a member, to catch up, so.
I would like to request that we request an update on the special education director situation because it hasn't been talked about in quite some time.
Yeah, and I had a couple emails today about that.
Okay, so let me find out about that and get back to you all. That would be a good thing on our next agenda. See where we are with that. I feel like we're past the closing date.
Yeah, it was about a 6-week.
We extended it to, I think, mid-February, so this would be a very good time to ask. So I will ask Lyle where we are at. Not a problem. Anything else we can help you with, or?
Not tonight, but
All right.
you know how I
You got my email, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for stepping up, Ann. I
Yes,
appreciate it.
thank you.
I'm helping here, but I'm helping a young family that needs some help right now, so.
That is a good thing.
So
Right.
when you get on the WSESU, launching pad on the website, and it says, on the top, it says, the WSESU board meets 4 to 5 times a year. Like, your blood pressure's gonna go like,
yeah, 4 to 5 times a month now, yeah.
Yeah. I'm laughing at it every time I see it, as a matter of
Just
fact.
so you know, you've been hornswoggled with that,
Oh,
with that
absolutely.
tagline, so.
And we haven't even established board committees yet.
Let's get through this, but now we have Dawn on board as well, so we're all feeling pretty good. All right. Who would like to make the favorite motion?
Ian loves making
Really?
fun.
I don't sound much like Ruth.
But.
Madam Chair, there being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, we are adjourned.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people, so we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Windham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Wilmington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Sherry, Wyndham.
Bill Esses, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
And Martin Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro.
Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derry.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro.
Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Emma Elstein, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Manwaring, Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton.
Candy Leonard, Stratton.
Karen Astley, Whitney. Bobby Kilburn, Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Banana Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Rose Lockelgrove, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment, and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district, to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that matters. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VEDA funding. So, you know, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were good, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VEDA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes.
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. You know, that my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, you know, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or going to help us fund?
The challenges with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, you know, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, is that what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From rural economic development.
So I know that's true in Newbury as well.
Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There is nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous.
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous.
Yeah.
All set, so let's move on to the survey.
So I'm gonna try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Wyndham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Wyndham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, first I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at windhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is, the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Windham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this. With non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your community best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going? Just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
You're trying to get to 20%. It's going to be hard to do that without that.
Yep. So, yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you have something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or, okay.
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch.
On the local days.
on weekends, so that out of and holidays. Because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Well, because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question, what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on
Yeah,
the broadband
we'll be right
site.
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. One of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't the survey. it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see, from the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout and, but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to, it tells you how much it costs, you put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and batches of 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job. Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples, and mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan it.
You can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Here.
How are we going to, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. We'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just said
it would be,
we're not going to use them for anything.
It would be a lot of
survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
You
to.
have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town clerk.
We have a box that we have some.
All this stuff is already in the brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
Right.
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
Okay.
This public document, like, it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%, you don't need to.
Right.
Where do you spend the money?
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep,
Great.
who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting two nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in. So there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good
that's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6%, where did you get that number?
Yeah.
I've seen broadband communities, it depends, it's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific for just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. Yeah, you know, I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. I don't. hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get.
Want to do
Okay.
that now?
Yeah.
Then maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
Yeah.
Dawson, I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you go.
Tomorrow?
That's
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You may need to share it, but I think oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
You want to start? Just jump to the questions.
I would rather come to it.
Yeah.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Here's one.
Yep.
In the middle of that page, or the first page, we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in their neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll. Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too.
Yeah.
So, but it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay. Do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But If so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
Add Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that you?
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
For it, if they're getting fiber, like in Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? So then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right. I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you.
Regularly and easily. That I like that.
Or
I like.
easily.
Yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize, in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not working?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study and a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too. But it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right, well, you have to wait because somebody else is on.
Right, so I think it's an important component of this survey that
Oh,
we
yeah.
have commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's going to increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep. Definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet instead of and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online.
Right.
I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say something like.
You could put credit card process.
Yeah, small business.
That-
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the in the.
Come into your house.
Okay, so we went over. Yep, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
That's a serious question.
Yeah.
Compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly, without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep, that's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right, I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering, yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else. Ask somebody at Cronet's General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if you're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. Because there is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
But those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So
Right.
if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
That's a whole.
What number are you on, Bill?
Yep, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
Number 11, you should go to security.
Oh, the phone bundles are easy to go.
Is that something that?
I can't remember what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if
I think they do like digital like cybersecurity.
they, yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier, or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are,
Yep.
and you can, but you should check your bill, because they'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other. You can drop your
I
phone.
pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You do.
So, but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with the thing on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channels. For $100, you get a few less crappy channels. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is,
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a huge number.
yeah.
Okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not, it's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question, TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, self-service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses,
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
Where it is.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitington, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people can get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not the rate survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99 or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah, so the TV, you have a whole question.
Would there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all those
What are we
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I really
happy.
appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was a suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate numbers.
No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
really doesn't
useful.
matter, as long as it's like it really good. People can come off the top of their head with one number, it
Yeah.
makes it simple for, there's no need for this breakdown, really, because
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
It's interesting, I got 2 CCI bills here from Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah,
see
no,
out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print too. You can read it.
yeah, it's. Yeah. So really what all this is working up towards is just putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can you go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes. What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes,
your to an.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an.
Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you really got to switch.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So you have a phone service, you have backup power in the event of a power outage.
How long
Well,
will that-
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do if they turn on Wi-Fi calling. Even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah, but it's a good, it's certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking the how to compare speed with price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Lawrenceboro, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one. Yeah.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question would go, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that works for them. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't, we wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's number one concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, of which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our Whiting committee. And I think that we need to let, if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
Okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why?
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phones? Why about phones in general? We're not, I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference. And I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alex, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Well, can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
No, we have in Vernon a few.
And so you can
But we're next to Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want-
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yeah.
greater community?
Right.
You know, and
so-
Marlboro
and that
too,
would be
by
the
the way.
reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock. Or
Yeah.
Based upon the questions I see, that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet, as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere, you ask it what cell phone strength is your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they're using it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
That
So
data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh, they
We had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at one of our meetings. Some of that meeting we had in Dover, and so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the mountain itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that,
Yeah.
for example. Are we gonna separate, sorry, are we gonna separate that out? I know I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
And
that's why-
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when, on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, now we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing just in terms of pronouns of the question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
It makes no sense.
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then...
Why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
It's a benchmark.
well, I know, but people don't know what, you know, if you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what's 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it.
It needs longer.
Stuff's working fine, you
It's a
know.
wizardry.
I mean, you could put a 50 in there, it wouldn't make any difference.
So the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
You could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you can explain that,
After
that's
the
something
question.
we can relate to.
Faster
okay,
than
yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we've talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch it, where people said, you might have to pay for your landline, you might have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of it places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay something else, because it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that it brings for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without letting the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. They need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so those responses might not really be valuable until, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extract.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
That might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like they're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. Based on what typical prices are now, and say, which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People are buying.
Right.
I think you're gonna get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair, is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet, and it may be the case that that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to get.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100, But, so that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown?
Isn't fair kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like, what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than a value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
So if you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for that.
That's but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Well, what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
So $72 with the equipment, yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price of, for $35 or $40. I mean, this is a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are, if people are excited about this, if they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, one more.
No, okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? It was going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of, what's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. You know, and maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but we don't. I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you use these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need. You think?
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, I mean, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about it. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot of
That's
people
great.
they talk with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea. It says bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, capture dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite extensive right now.
What is your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
Yep. The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep.
As soon as it
That would
goes
be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah.
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
It'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there is. It's all ready to go.
That's, what I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to
They want the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah,
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right? All of this, and then you just
That's a
hit,
Google.
yep, it's a,
That's great.
So
And
that-
so it has to go through Wyndham Regional org/broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part, is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
right, yeah, everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire on everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time. And I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about
So what about-
responses are coming in, systems are working, that kind
So
of.
what
Call
about after-
Alex 3
what about
times a
after
day.
March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe, us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah, yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the rural innovation strategies does quite a lot of surveys. They are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the Wyndham Regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
VPR, yes.
Yes. For the hard copy, is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that. Okay, just knowing that we're gonna have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that? rather than an
The
online
Word
version?
document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted on.
We'll post it on our
The same
website,
website,
on the
Yeah,
same
it's
page.
all at the same.
Download it
Okay.
and share it however you want.
It's all at
And
the
it's a
same
PDF.
link. Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
yep.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, then you count as served. If you
So
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also
Just
state data
curious,
that'll be
just
merged
wondering.
into this too.
Yeah, and
Right.
yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
We don't have to go. Nice to see you.
Hours and hours.
We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before 1:15. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone session. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business, equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one. We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
Not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Opposed it. Original information, business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Sharing policy. And to issue copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy here. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right? Best.
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. What's the wording?
That complaints.
The compliant.
Compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant, I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was a problem? So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
warn. Policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for
fix
us.
it to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal that.
Yeah, all I know is the Dover one, right? Is that-
Yeah, I don't see,
It's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. The whole
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then we can work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is gonna, he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a hearing, public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to, change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why. Because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you get that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the RVUSD.net domain for another year, because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we had that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to RVUSD.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
RVUSD.net. Yeah.
Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting, there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an RVUSD.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site, but all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's
Yeah.
why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did, Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better,
Possible.
but not probable. Just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to,
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
There is here.
there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it?
Well,
I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good, it was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking, the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns, I felt. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I think Randy might have said something that was town specific, had Tanny, but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that right.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did, because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
He did.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon?
There were no questions.
And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57.5 or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just,
Mark, that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice to have had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the 2 different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a good.
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March.
Yep.
But again,
$5.5–6 million without too many questions. That all of a sudden, the next meeting comes up.
Yeah, budget was
1 hour discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion. That was 32 minutes.
22 minutes?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. That was impressive.
and
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of this.
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember another business. I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget. Oh, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down. It's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the,
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
they didn't know what
Hmm?
I thought it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting.
After the meeting.
Yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us in the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Some of the can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the WCSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people all over, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it look cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year,
first?
next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, wait, so next year is the first one? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year would be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
that meeting.
that's
so-
right. It's the night before. Okay. Well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
You said people would just say more if they're gonna vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
It'd be
nice
nice
to
to get some
have that.
direction and information. It's just gonna help, but
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
exactly.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, remind people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we
The
do.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions?
Like online?
Prior to, regarding the budget, on the website?
There will be on the new site.
That might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but, you
I think
never
it
know.
was me.
Just a thought while we're.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question.
Yeah.
And so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
Guess we could.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video, and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
on
we
the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to questions.
I could do that as well.
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want?
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then but
Right,
adding
and then-
one more doesn't hurt.
Okay.
But then a lot of people are right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money. Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says, huh?
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
for Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school,
Well, they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet and your report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro, but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why you have to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent. It was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why we also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one more page will give us 4 pages.
Right. Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify. So it's definitely something you want to have your, at least some notes prepared, so you, because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, you know, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation, but up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and then the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the excess penalty, the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. The more organizations we hear from, better.
Anybody else?
I don't have a problem writing a letter.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Just can you say?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was going to ask. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm gonna make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support the weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told.
Yeah.
It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, it's because it's interesting. You know, in our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, you know, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting, because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a lot of property.
Yeah.
A lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time. So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valleys Board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon?
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want them to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. Are you okay with that? That's your motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you better show up.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting, we talked about Dover. Had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can we'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Move it to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th. Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it there are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? Or do that?
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
said.
16th?
And then,
Oh, if you
but
want to
we'll,
move, then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person that takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, I mean, this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
You miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. The meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know
Yeah. And you can also, like, get on the board. So.
that. You might not want to come in case. That's true.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And, we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for, personnel, contractual, legal, those three. So, okay, Barry moved, do we have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move over there.
evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board.
So moved.
Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor here at the Municipal Center, will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community's aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August. With a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were
fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it,
Local Government
Local
Day.
Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager, serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means, while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis, the only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, well, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision making is so important to us. and a lot of the other towns chimed in because it's important to a lot of different towns on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picky and little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both a effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important, there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay, then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners. Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was when we checked them on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then, we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great. Members of the board have questions or comments outside of the information that was just provided? David?
Yeah, just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second?
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other 2 people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first violation was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. Sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
This is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time, I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners, and our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you'd come over to our table.
No, that's good.
Hold on now. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but it's good to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test.
Okay.
And she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Wow. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
likely
quite
to
the
be
record.
back here again.
Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay, that's you.
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set. Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you've got. Can I ask you a question? Because I've never known the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So.
Just curious where the name came from.
Right. Right. That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign the liquor license. That's important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon, the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this evening.
Okay.
So,
sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sunny's Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to take off the premises, not to be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. The other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location for
Correct.
selling.
Yeah. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not adding another
Right.
Basically, Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and
go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think, given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. And since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern for me than continuing the same establishment or the same location point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and their due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
Make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of table setting remarks.
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds, should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees. at the Newfane Fire Department where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those in that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So the Windham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at windhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. So, yeah, taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communication union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, and but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website, right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick, but Sue? David?
I have a couple, but I was
Okay.
assuming you might want to jump to. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that, well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
with communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be, and that's what's happening with the EC Fiber Group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
Yes.
so physical line fiber
Yes.
infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I just sort of want to follow on from that. You know, if this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know
But in Brattleboro,
specifically
maybe.
how much, but in larger urban areas like, you know, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, you know, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
I just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions.
You saw that.
I know. So when we were talking about this originally, as Patrick mentioned, there was this question about general obligation bonds. They'd been used in Massachusetts effectively to fund projects that were locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the ones seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are, and that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump in.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know for our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband, going to be similarly based on a per capita amount? Or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have one, we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how EC Fiber raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally, I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner Carol Monroe here. But generally, I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There were folks who stepped up with large contributions. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they, once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
Yeah. I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that one of somebody at the Newfane meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for it to come down the other side, down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the Newfane meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC Fiber.
I thought it was just the revenue
Patrick, do you
bonds
recall
as well.
that?
I do. It was a position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson-Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think we
do that with our roads, by the way. But yeah,
absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around and I think, no, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about
confining, a lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if he could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. If folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, businesses, school, it's an important education tool
Streaming,
now,
Netflix.
healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred or if somebody was home sick, they could still be in class. Mm-hmm. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching, turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families whose kids are in those buildings. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. So I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Good. Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter, feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment, designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this is weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting is a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape.
Yep.
Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans. And of the many loans that are being repaid, there is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds, but we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax, and it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673, we're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have $315,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, whether it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact, the impact that they were concerned about? Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data. Yeah. But I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust. But that's
the number beauty of math.
Yeah.
The number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. Yeah. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So really the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
We can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel,
question about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. Depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So it's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing, and I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for 15,000 and expenditures have been 28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of thinking about Public Works building and how things are doing, and presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it.
Okay.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. Hey, Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleborough folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleborough Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with the Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping. It indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Interesting. Thank you.
The Melrose Street Bridge, the Arch Bridge there, have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake.
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority to the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as the CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street, First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that will be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on, that used to be Sir Sossamon property, there's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown. But it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to where it might touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro-2016-HMP, and hopefully that link will be up there. But in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Just make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there. Thank you
And
for
everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the
If
kids
I
are
can
gone.
make it.
It is 7:02-ish.
There comes
It is the February 24th meeting for the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business, as usual, is to ask if there are any additions to the agenda that have popped up since I made the agenda. Have we had anything? You have
Just an update on the town hall.
Did you do that last time?
It's a bigger update.
More updates?
More updates.
You are just full of updates. Okay. Put that in
It's
there.
my big hurrah.
Yes. Okay. I have a couple that have come up since I wrote this. We had a resignation for the PC. We're going to talk about and introduce that tonight. I want to talk to the select board about the hazmat plan. Just talked to Alyssa today about that. Chris is going to be up to talk about the broadband. We'll let him, and he'll get the town hall report. So we'll add those into the discussion after we get through the break. Okay, first order of business, as usual, or second, I guess, is to approve the minutes of the February 10th select board meeting, which was coincidentally held on the 10th of February. Anybody have, these are all distributed electronically. We've got paper copies if you like. Questions, deletions, comments?
Make a motion to pass.
Oh, okay.
The minutes.
Got a second? Some discussion? You have discussion? Yeah, or you're seconding?
Second.
Okay, that's the second. No complaints, no misses, no nothing. These are perfect minutes.
Because we
Put that in the minutes.
perfect.
Yeah, write that down. Yeah, write that perfect
We have
minutes
the
down.
perfect person.
Yes. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, passed. Thank you, ma'am. Second is, that's the second. Third one is approve the time sheets for the town office, solicitors, highway, et cetera. And assign the select boards. We will do that at the end of the session, as is our procedures. We have 2 liquor license applications that have come in. One is for Honey Pie Restaurant, and so is the other one, because one of them has to do with outside, and one of them is inside. And they needed to do 2, and so we have 2 applications, and checks and paperwork. Has anybody entertained? Have we had any issues with them at all? I've heard nothing has come to me, any complaints at all. Everybody's happy to have them there.
Just beer and wine, right?
I believe so, yeah, beer and wine.
What's the outside?
Well, it's got something to do with what they can take. What's the rules? You know the rules better than I.
They have an outside seating area, so basically,
That'll
it's a
take
perimeter
it.
area, so you
Okay.
have to have that license.
Yeah. So they can drink in or out. Okay, so, fees and play, we've got this. Any motions?
I'll make a motion to accept the liquor license application.
Second. Do I have a second? Second. For discussion? None? I will circulate them along with the other stuff at the end of the day, because we all have to sign each one.
I'm gonna vote.
Just parenthetically, sidebar. Next month at this time, this will no longer be a problem. You'll have to remember this all by yourself. It's only been how many years and I still, yes, we'd like to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, but it passes, yeah. So I'll circulate these things with the other stuff tonight. We also have excess weight permit. This is from R.K. Miles. And he's got a list of the equipment that he likes to drive around on our roads. And it's got all the right plates and bodies and weight and stuff he needs. And there's a check. So I would entertain a motion if someone would like to suggest we send this to the road commissioner.
I'll make a motion to send it to road commissioner.
Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. We'll send this to Alexa. Thank you. Okay. We have 2 planning commission vacancies. One of which we talked about last week, I believe, last session, that Rebecca is going to not run for her seat in March. And then I found out later on, and I just recently got a letter from Jason Katz, who is also going to withdraw. In fact, he's actually What it says is I've been honored to serve on the Jamaica Planning Commission this past year. Most of my time is spent outside of Jamaica, and as a result, I'm not able to attend meetings or be an involved member of the Planning Commission. Therefore, I feel it is appropriate for me to resign my position on the Planning Commission. And thank you for the opportunity to have served the town in this way. This is dated February 20th. So thank him for his service, but he got obviously an awful lot on his plate. And I think he's being reasonable. If he can't do the job, give it to somebody else. I don't think there's any voting involved. We accept his resignation and thank him. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be, sometimes.
Rebecca.
And Rebecca, so she sent the letter before, I think.
Right.
Yes.
But the thing about it is, and this is the truth about anybody who volunteers for any of the things that need to be done here in town, whether it's us or the fire department or Old Home Days. We all try the best we can. If it turns out that you can't pull it off for whatever reason, family reasons, job reasons, we get it. We all get it. But the fact that you're at least taking a shot at it really helps. At least to get in and find out and giving it a try. So, yay, people who try. I vote yes on that. Okay. Now, we have an interim, let me back up. The Casella contract, I should probably let you talk about that since you're talking more and deal with it tonight.
Sure.
Talk about that.
I'm happy to do that. As maybe a few people know, but a month ago or so, we got a letter from Casella that they were honoring one of the clauses in our contract and giving us our 30-day notice that they were terminating our contract for hauling of our waste and recyclables. They came right out and said, we're not gonna not serve you. It's just that we need to basically raise our rates. We're unable to cover our costs, or not even coming close to covering their costs, so they say, based on what our previous contract was. And the biggest reason for that was with the increasing cost of getting rid of the recyclables. That three years ago, so when we initiated this contract, they were probably making money on those, and now it costs more to haul and get rid of the recyclables than it does for the regular waste. So we are now in a position, they have extended our initial contract. It was set to terminate the end of January. They've extended that, so our previous contract will terminate the end of February. It was actually set to expire the end of June, so we've now have this little shoulder time where we are, the board, we met with them last week, and I guess one of the ideas that came up was that we enter a kind of this, I don't know what you want to call it, a transition contract, a bridge contract, something that will continue our service, but then that we would discuss and put it out to bid. We would have been putting it out to bid in the next month or two anyways, because it was set to expire the end of June. So this is just forcing us a little bit. They threw out some initial costs. Terry did some quick calculations, and I guess Sarah too had pulled together what the projection of what this might mean. And I've just looked at this initially tonight for the first time, but it's looking like we're projecting that the increased cost would be around $2,500 for the next 4 months. That gets us to the beginning of June, so that's kind of where we're at, I guess. I mean, everybody knows the cost of hauling waste has gone through the roof, and I guess certainly open for discussion on lots of ideas here, but like I said, one of the ideas is that we draft a contract with Casella to get us through for the next 2, 3, 4 months, however long that is, however long we think that we might take to put it out to bid.
Are there other options?
There is Triple T, I think, is one of the other reliable, I guess, or viable options. There's not many, obviously. I don't know that there are any others, but that's...
Yeah, Triple T serviced us for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. You're saying that Casella took over 3 years ago. is it possible that they took over the contract of TAM?
Oh, right,
and
right, yeah,
not
let's
3
backtrack a
years
little
ago?
bit. So we initially had a contract with TAM, that's right,
Correct.
thanks for clarifying.
And when
TAM, we had a contract with TAM, and then TAM was bought out by Casella, probably last summer, mid-year last summer. I mean, it's been 6 or 8 months probably. So Casella, TAM's been operating underneath Casella's umbrella, I guess, so.
Yeah, and one of the things he said at the meeting, Casella, was that when they did take it over this summer, their intentions, although not telling us, was to increase the cost.
Yeah, like everybody's costs
so-
are going way up, so.
Yeah, so that it was kind of a surprise when we got it, correct?
I guess not necessarily a surprise, I mean.
Did they tell you last summer that they were going to increase the prices?
Oh, no.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, right. Yeah, but I mean, it is in our it was in the contract that they could give 30-day notice, either party could give 30 days.
But we didn't know TAM had been absorbed by.
We did.
Last summer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you still see TAM trucks driving around and things like that, I mean, they're just a
That's not
subsidiary or whatever you wanna call it of Casella now.
Yeah, she sent these things out, like you said, the extra from March 1 to June 1 is $2,500. That's the cost difference over what we're already ready to pay. It's a tough call, but that's not, I mean, it's all over the country. It's going up everywhere, and the cost, like you said, the recyclables are now costing more, to the tune of almost twice as much to haul.
They do get, the recycles get hauled further.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge piece of the cost.
Does the transfer station more than cover itself the way it's set up right now? Does it?
No.
Does it carry itself, or does it lose money?
With just a pay to throw? No, it doesn't. I mean, I think it's probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but I would think that it's fairly close to break even in the compactor, but everything else is no charge, and is obviously a charge to the town for free recycling. And the other, the construction waste is the other big component of that.
He gave us the numbers of what the increase would be.
Right.
And I can read some of those if anybody wants to hear it.
It's painful to hear.
Yes, I don't have those. I don't have a copy. I'd like to hear them.
Oh, you don't have a copy here? That's right.
Yeah.
I might have grabbed the wrong set.
So you can see that there's been quite an increase, for example, in the single haul of paper recyclables from $292 up to $400. And again, the single haul of the commingled recycled at same price, $292 up to $400. So there are some large jumps here.
Right, and that's just the trucking cost, and there's jumps in the tonnage too.
Right.
I mean, we try to, there's definitely a better value when we haul to the tandem trailer. It's less of an incentive, than it was before. It was a bigger incentive to haul, there's still an incentive to haul double trucks.
How, do they usually come tandem, or do they usually come
No,
single?
Dan makes a real strong effort to make sure that there's tandems. Every once in a while, he'll, predict that the cardboard, as an example, is gonna fill up over the weekend and it's only 3/4 full, and he wants it out to make sure that we don't fill it up. But I would say, I'm not seeing these numbers here, but just off the top of my head, it's probably 90% of the time it's a double load. Or maybe even more.
That's good, that it is that way.
So the task at hand for us tonight is to decide whether we are going to go ahead and accept this bid. The only bid. Yeah. From March 1st to June 1st. It's not like there's a lot of choices.
Right.
All the other agencies are gonna send it out to, we're gonna go for bids, send it out for.
And I would suggest and think that we could sign a contract that allows us the 30 days to get out, and we can immediately put this out to bid. And as soon as we have,
That'd be a good idea.
hopefully, a better offer, we can, back out of this one. So it's not necessarily saying that we're gonna send it to the end of June, but.
Right,
Well, this covers us until we can get something moving, so that's a good idea if we can get that started.
yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's no choice. It's something, one of the bigger things that the town does. I
Yeah.
mean, it's roads and garbage. That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
And then, I know it's not to do with the recyclables, but in July, is there like zero trash going in? It's all compost? Does that happen this year?
The compost starts this year, but that's still not, that might cut down a little bit on the composter, but nobody knows about how much.
Yeah, I mean, and we still have to pay to haul the compost away.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is, I say in theory, there's mandatory organic recycling starting this July, but there's no policing behind it.
There
so to
hasn't
speak.
been any of it, but
Yeah.
we just act like there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true, there's no policing.
Self-policing.
Well,
There's
that's
a
the
question,
way
but I guess it's
it should be.
Paul's floor, so.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, sometimes?
Just a logistical suggestion, I mean, I'm happy to look at the entire contract, but it would be vastly easier just to do a 1 or 1.5 page amendment that has the variations from the existing contract, rather than rewrite the whole contract. You
For
give
sure,
yourself the
yeah, I mean, it
opportunity,
can
right?
really just be
It's,
this
right.
new cost structure.
Right, and
It's the
it's
same
just,
contract.
it's just amendment
Right,
of
that's
the
good.
existing contract.
That's
And if
good.
you want,
Makes it a lot easier.
I'm happy to look at anything.
Yeah, but that's.
Good helps, yeah.
And there is built into the old contract, a 30-day bailout position already, it's in there.
Exactly, that's
So,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
Don't
we're all
vary
gonna
it.
need it.
My advice is don't vary it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's-
Yeah, good thing.
So,
Alrighty,
is that what you wanna do?
Need a motion?
I think so.
Make a motion to accept the contract as written by Casella?
Yeah,
Or
or
amend
make
the
it
contract,
a
or make an
motion
amendment
to,
to
that we, I guess I would say either that the board.
Do you want to prepare a contract and we can sign it?
That we
next week?
prepare, right,
Next
exactly.
session.
That the board authorize myself to work with Casella to draft a contract with
Right.
this fee structure.
Sure, who's the gentleman that was here for that meeting?
Randall,
No.
Randall.
Anyway, but he's the one that.
He's the general manager for Casella.
Out of Bennington, right?
Rutland, he's at.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe the well, let's
Try
make the
again.
motion.
I'll second his motion.
Whatever he said.
Whatever he said.
But can he make a motion to authorize himself?
I doubt it. So let's
Try
make a
again.
Make a
motion.
motion to authorize
Okay.
Greg Melman
He could, I mean, I wouldn't.
to work with Casella
Yeah.
to negotiate the pricing.
Yeah, well, so there's no real negotiating of pricing, but draft a new
Draft a new
contract and bring that
contract,
to the meeting.
In an interim contract accepting these.
Mhm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Do you have any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. So we will go ahead and you will draft that together, then we can take a look at it for our next session and the end of the year. Time out. Our next session is the 9th of March, isn't it?
The end of,
This goes.
This
we're
is
talking
in
about
theory
contract.
only through the end of this week.
What's that?
This in theory.
starts,
So basically, we do have a contract. They're honoring our contract. Basically, what's happening at the end of this week is that they're moving to this fee structure.
Okay, all right.
So we will formalize the contract is what
That makes good
I
sense.
think is maybe a better way to, I mean, they're not gonna just not haul.
It's their fees. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Does that change much of the motion? I think it looks okay.
No,
She's got it. Okay. Next item. I think I told you that, gas registration, here's the next item. I talked to Alyssa Sabeto from the Wyndham Regional Commission today. We've been working on the hazard mitigation plan. You all should have in your email boxes a current draft. And so we've got until March 16th, we, the board, to review the draft of the current hazard mitigation plan, as she wrapped it up today. And then we get a chance to review that, offer some suggestions, and then there's another 2-week period, I believe, for the citizens after we publish the first draft to get feedback on it. So that it'll be our 2 weeks to the 16th and then another 2 weeks to amend any changes we want to fix. So that should be done then in 2 weeks after the 16th, whatever, close to the end of the month. But be aware that it's, I know I got mine today, it should be in your email, she sent emails out, it's about, I don't know, 7 or 8 pages, it's pretty extensive. She did an incredible job. We have to review Wardsboro's as well, I'm supposed to review the ones for Jason. So I did the one for Wardsboro, incredible work she does. And so we just have to review ours, you all don't have to read Wardsboro's.
No, it's pretty lengthy.
Wardsboro one? Yeah, it was 70 some odd pages.
I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, it's tough. But I'll tell you what makes it possible is I'm sitting there and looking at the stuff that she's done, and I realize how hard she's worked to put this together, because she's done it for everybody in the region. I don't know how many talents she's got. Anyway, so anyway, that's through the 16th. So you guys just be heads up on that one. Chris Robbins, who went to the broadband, what's the official title of that meeting? Startup project or whatever?
Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Awesome. Would you like to brief us on the results of your trip?
So February 16th, they held a training meeting, the second series of 2 meetings on the project.
Excuse me, before you get started, can you introduce yourself to the camera guy, please?
Chris Robbins, I'm the town's representative to the Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Thank
you. So there were 2 main topics in this meeting after some preliminaries and a quick review of the project. And they were getting the word out to everybody as the first topic. And the second was a review of the draft survey. And under getting the word out, I should say, there's strong emphasis on responding online to the survey, but they do have a paper option, and paper is welcome if that's what people want to do, and especially if they don't have access to the internet. But if anybody wants to do paper, that's okay too. They published some resources we can use. There are flyers, 2 flyers. One has tabs on the bottom with the URL for responding to the survey page. And I sent copies out to everybody.
I think we got them on board.
But there they are if you want to refresh your memory. They sent out a sheet of 10 cards to be cut out and handed out to people, either here at the town office or at other places. They covered dissemination of the survey, which includes on the town website, and I hope it can be posted soon.
What are those covered on the bulletin board with little tabs on it, right?
And on the Facebook, town Facebook page, which it already is on there. And then flyers are being posted in the town hall, the dump, in the post office, B&K's bulletin board has one, and the library should have one, which I haven't given them yet, but I'll take care of that tomorrow, first thing. Another means of dissemination should be the town meeting. I'd like to set up a table with a flyer and the cards to hand out and some copies of the paper survey for people that might want it.
Just a little bit of warning. We were talking about that with Sarah.
Presidential primaries.
What's that?
We have presidential primaries at town meeting.
It's going to be very crowded that day for a table. I'm not sure if there's a way to work something out, but we're gonna have.
I think too, it can always be set up on the stage. I know there's always been some.
There may be some way to maneuver, but just so you're get a heads up that the presidential primary is the same day. That's going to be running all through the meetings.
Well, what the cards are resting on isn't that big an issue.
Just give you a heads up on that. I know we talked about it. I didn't remember that until she reminded me.
Even the entrance way.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. Huh? No,
We'll
we're
help
a
you.
team. We're a team here.
The WRC website has downloadable material on the project. And lastly, sending out a mailing to registered voters, not the non-resident property owners, as I said last time. They made some changes and clarifications that are pretty significant. The first is this: don't bother sending cards to non-registered voters. They claim they have another means of determining what the take rate ought to be amongst vacation homeowners. Mm-hmm. So if you want to send it to them, that's fine, but they didn't encourage it at all. Okay. And it simplifies things considerably in our case. The second clarification was they lowered the take rate that they're looking for to 20%. Mm-hmm. They started out saying 30, now they're down to 20. And finally, on the poll question, they're going to use both telephone and power poles. Anything they can. If your property, happens to be a long ways from the street, the owner might have to pay for a pole, but anything that's along the street, they'll put up if needed, and that'll be just part of the implementation costs. There was a little bit of inconsistency. There are two different URLs that were published on the two different flyers. The one that ends in broadband takes you to WRC's broadband page, and there's a button on there that links you to the survey, online survey, and another one to download the paper copy. So both will work. The second topic was reviewing the survey. Mostly this is a bunch of wordsmithing. To what they're trying to do is get at technical information through non-technical questions, like. But the gist of the questions are: where do you live? What kind of service do you have? What kind of service do you want? How much do you think it ought to cost? And will you sign up? And these are worded in, terms like what services do you have, TV, internet, work at home, etc., which tells them what kind of bandwidth requirements you probably want. One meaningful suggestion was submitted by me, which was put a confidentiality statement in it. I'd like to take credit for that, but unfortunately it's my wife's idea. But so it does have a strong confidentiality statement now in the survey. And these, as I say, are available either for electronically or downloadable form. So our action items are post. I need to up on the website.
Okay.
You can do that.
Yeah, I can do that.
The Facebook posting's already done. I'd like the board to authorize a mailing to the registered voters on one of those cards, like the warning card. And I brought the thing in the square is a single object, so you can just cut and paste that on the back of the card, and that'll do.
Do you have any sense of how many cards need to go out?
How many? I don't
We
know.
have 750 registered voters, but probably 400 are actually,
Residents.
well,
Households.
singles, like.
That's what I meant,
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is looking for a household's response, so not everybody in the house, but one person per house.
Right.
So that's $200 roughly. Well, if there's 400 divided by 2 is
That's a pretty good
okay.
estimate.
50 cents a
Yeah.
piece. I don't know what cards cost.
So, post the flyers, Joel's put one up in the post office, the town office is up, D&K's is up, Greg is.
The transfer station had one up. Dan is familiar with it too, so he can hand out cards.
Does he have one up? Because I didn't get.
He does have it. I mean, I gave him one.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was on Sunday, maybe Saturday.
Cut up some of those handout cards on the sheet and print some of the paper surveys, and I would suggest just doing a few to have them handy. There's no need to do matches of them just yet. I'll take care of the town meeting. And The final one is, I'm gonna monitor the progress and see how well we're doing. It's supposed to be feedback available to the town reps, so I'll be able to keep you posted as how the survey's going.
Good.
That's about it.
Thank you. So
Thank
do we need,
Oh, sorry, I just want to add on and thank Chris, and just add to that, that I know we're pretty familiar with what's going on, but to step back maybe just a half a step, that this is pretty important. Wyndham Regional received a grant to do this, and just do a feasibility study of bringing broadband throughout the Wyndham region, Wyndham County area. So whatever your thoughts are, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but go on there and fill this out. It only takes maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the most. And whether you're happy with your internet, not happy, don't have it, do have it, it's all very important. So the responses are very valuable.
And we, go ahead.
That should be appealed to whoever watches the video of this meeting.
Right, exactly.
And I don't know if this is appropriate, but at some point, Jamaica is gonna lose its SV cable. It's gonna be sold.
Comcast.
And I assume Comcast, that's gonna happen. I didn't go to the meeting. So keep that in mind. I know some people in surrounding areas pay a lot more than I do for less service. So it's gonna be more expensive. I don't know what this will end up being, but it'd be more incentive to.
Yeah, there's no cost behind it. I mean, no pricing behind it yet. That's part of the feasibility study to see where it needs to be.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk at this meeting about price.
Yeah.
And about, somebody did mention SD cable, but mostly it was about getting a cheaper option than the satellite. And $100 seemed to be the bogey that they were trying to beat.
Apparently at the hearing, a lot of people who had experience with Comcast said that they offer a very good 2-year program, but generally they double it after that.
And just raise your bill whenever they want. Like every few months, my bill goes up.
Right. Right. And there were people there who claimed that they didn't get very good service from Comcast, but that's anecdotal, and I don't know what the truth is. A lot of people, Comcast claims to be very competitive, but they have 90% of the market. So.
okay, do we need a motion to authorize expenditure?
I will make a motion to authorize the expenditure of approximately $250 to send a postcard to the households of the registered voters.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Is there any way to give us a possible number of what it might cost? Is that because we pay for ours.
Yeah.
I think that's the next step.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to find out.
yeah, because that's going to be, if we're going to be in paying more than what we're already paying. Because I'm the only one who lives, well, actually, Kimberly does too, out in the country. So.
Again, that's the first step to find out.
We get direct TV.
When they
pay for that.
Yeah, when they get the business plan done, which will be before August, we should have that number.
Some number. Because that's going to make a.
Yeah, we're not signing up for anything, we're just getting information.
Yeah, but that is a very important number for us.
And there's no outlay from the town
right.
to implement this. If the business plan looks favorable, there's no outlay of the town to build this out. I mean, our cost right now, and our cost forever will be $250.
Yeah.
So there's not like this is gonna come down to say we need to do something down the road.
Any further discussion? All in favor here, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None, so moved. So go ahead and get those things out for the cards. Town.
Boy, I got plenty of time this week.
I'm sure you do, you only have like the world's worst election going on.
I'll send you that tomorrow morning.
But
They
you
can actually
have
send
the
it
list,
directly to
not the
Express
list
Factory, Bob.
of all the
I
players.
can generate it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna need to have.
If you generate that, and Chris then says, I mean, Express Copy will do all the work, right?
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, send the creative to Sarah, and then you can send the list and list to Express Copy. I can help.
Right.
All right, thank you very much. Next item on the list is, there is an update on the town hall.
Oh, yes. My last swan song. And that is, we have hot water in the bathroom. It's been connected. So the only thing that is left, and I think in the springtime, for whoever takes over doing the town hall, are a couple of windows that need to be fixed. So I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
It got put in last week, Stuart.
Time to stir today, it's on demand, so it's not like it's cooking water all the time. It's on demand.
Yeah, which is really good.
Yeah. Excellent, very good. And thank you for all the time and energy put into that. So next time I go, I will wash my hands in your memory.
That's nice.
Next item is public, time for public concerns. We have some public scattered around. Any concerned ones? See heads shaking? Excellent. All our concerned citizens are happily concerned. Anything for the board? Anything else? Yes.
Just, I just feel like, you know, a little repetitive, but we really could use a town health officer. The next chair, if Paul doesn't take it or doesn't get elected, is going to inherit not only the chair, but they're going to inherit that job, technically. The board absorbs that, but the chair heads it up. So we need a health officer and a deputy health officer. And they won't let you just select the deputy, then he would become, or she would become the health officer.
Fortunately, it hasn't been really, really busy, so it's just one of those things you gotta have.
But need it.
Shouldn't have said that, but.
Right.
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
What's that?
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
Oh, tell us about that.
I don't know, what, was it 7 o'clock tomorrow?
I think it is.
Where is it?
7 o'clock? And it's over
At the church.
Yeah.
There'll be
Yeah.
snacks.
There'll be what?
There'll be snacks.
Oh, food.
Oh, geez, everybody. That's how they figure you get people there.
That's the only way.
That's why I did that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm really.
Anything else for the board?
I have a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
I have a second for the discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, we stand adjourned at, it looks like 7:40.
Woo.
Wow.
it out that the sun shines